All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. Happy Monday. Hope your week's off to a good start. It's a lot of stuff going on this week. Yeah. I'm trying to. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Wait until April. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do it now. So it's technically release day. It is March 31st UTC. And we didn't get everywhere I wanted to get. It happens. It's not too unexpected. But what we do need to do is we need to finish prepping this release and release it, right? Because we are doing time-based releases. We are not doing feature, whatever the hell you want to call them. So, yeah. But anyways, hope everyone's doing well. We got a whole bunch of stuff to get through tonight. Let's start with this. Oh, well, that doesn't matter. You guys don't care about that. Come on. Yep. All right, so these three are all moving to Alpha 2. Boom. And scheduled version Alpha 2. Like commands. Didn't get them finished. Got close. But no cigar. It happens, right? So now Alpha 1 is empty. Woohoo! While we're here, I guess we can just do this. We're going to... Thought there was a way to duplicate one of these. All right. Oh, no, I guess it wouldn't matter. We got to make the version first. We're just going to make the Alpha 3 tag and everything here. And just go through all the crap. That's not what I want to go here. And then custom fields. Affected versions. Edit for all fields. Add new value 3.0.0 Alpha 3. So the next release should be June 31st. That should be Alpha 2, which would put this at September 30th. It'd be really nice for this to be a beta, but we'll see. No, actually no. This start date is 7/1. And then release date is 9/30. Not released. Sure, that looks like a good color for it. Cool. Save. Okay, yep. Alright, we're just gonna create that stuff. Alright, we're just gonna go update all this stuff right away. Well, whatever. Well, let's get the actual release done, then we'll do this. We got this part done at least. Who cares? Alright, so the release prep is always tedious because it's a lot of manual work, but it's okay. We'll make it happen. We will make it happen. Yeah, sorry for the late start. We had a server migration last night, so I was up from 2 a.m. to 8:30 in the morning, and then I went in and worked another 4 hours. So I needed to get some sleeps. I didn't get much sleep, but I got enough to get going. So yeah. How's it going, Art by Ty? Welcome. How are you? How'd you get a cool little skeleton badge? Fright Fest 2020. What was this that I missed? Best Fright Fest. Oh. I gotta keep track of the Twitch badge stuff. I always see people with these crazy badges, and I have like none of them. I'm just like, aw. But yeah. Alright. So, for the release preppage, mason.build 25.0. I said 25. 95 is what we really want. Change log. Oh, 3/31 2025. Don't blame me on the dates. It's been this way forever. Although we should maybe change it for 3.0. But all right. What are we developing? We work on Pidgin Instant Messenger here. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you've used it, maybe you used to use it, or maybe know it by its old name of game. But that is what we do here. All right. So we are preparing for an alpha release, which is due today / tomorrow. So that is what we are getting into tonight. Let's be easy to do it from the clean revo. Yeah, that's fine. Ooh, okay. We want to scroll all the way down. Actually, we'll do it this way. How do we normally do this? Okay, yep. I think it's just -- date, but I can't remember. Alright, so from 0101 2026 to 2026 0331. Give me all them commits. Nothing to congrat about. We do timed releases right now. Sooner or later we'll get to a point where we're actually like, oh hey, this is ready for users. But right now we're still this is gonna be our first alpha release. We have some definitions excuse me, about what the releases mean. This being alpha 1 just means that we think the protocol APIs are stable enough for other people to start looking at everything. How's it going, Robotic Head? Thank you for the 41 months. Greatly appreciate it. Those of you that don't know Robotic Head, he's another programming streamer here on Twitch. And you should give him a follow. He works on an open source project management system called Near Beach. So yeah, go give him a follow. But yeah, so there's more about the development phases here and what they mean. But basically, it's all about API stability and so on. And that kind of stuff. All right. Oh. Where the hell is my terminal? There we go. Okay. So prepare for the next round of development. Woo! So we do list everything in the changelog. Well, maybe. Mostly. We'll see. This is where it gets tedious. Are we saying lib purple or lib purple lowercase? Lib purple. Like, I should really automate this at some point, but I also just need to get shit done. So yeah. The stupid phlegm, man. It's been so bad lately. That was me. Finally had purple conversation new. Woo! Yeah, we should really do this monthly. I don't know why we don't try to catch up on this monthly. That would make sense. 4314. Oh yeah, that's me. Next, make conversation type part of the composite key for the conversation manager Seagull backend. Technically, this is purple. Nope. $43.15. Set an event calendar and boom, release will happen. Yeah, something like that. I mean, we have the counters. Counter over there. Right. So right now it's 19 hours, 57 minutes, and 22 seconds. Why is it not updating? How often do I have the dashboard update? All right, we'll check on it in a minute. Because, like, it should be like 60 seconds or something. But maybe it's more, maybe it's less, I don't know. 43.15, cool. Yeah, there you go. Okay, finally. 43.16. Oh, that's January 5th, jeez. Add purple conversation manager 5, 4317. But yeah, so like lots of the way this works for you, those of you that haven't actually seen me do this before, I go through and list everything in the changelog. Then as we're doing all this, that goes into review, stuff like that. Then I start drafting the release announcement. There's going to be some additional notes to in this release because this is the first alpha, and explaining what that means and stuff like that. It doesn't mean like, oh, hey, the protocol API is perfect. There's no problems with it. It means we think it's okay. Like, no guarantees. But like, we're gonna do our best to make sure we don't, cause you to rewrite your entire protocol plugin. But no guarantees. We're not there yet. So yeah. Human testing required? Sure. It's more a matter of, so like, a lot of people aren't used to building libraries, and more specifically, they're not used to building native libraries, right? So like, many people nowadays at least know what semantic versioning is, but semantic versioning's history is rooted in Unix library versioning, or maybe it's not where it came from. It is like duplicated the whole damn thing. And us having libpurple, we have to follow those that meaning and everything. Otherwise, Linux distros get very not happy with us very quickly. Geez, this just got added now. So, there's a whole bunch of stuff we have to do before that, right? So like everyone's like, well, why don't you just do a release and just do iterative updates? Well, we have to worry about the library versioning, right? If we keep creating brand new SO versions, Linux distros are going to fucking hate us. And they're going to be very annoyed with us. And it's just, yeah, it's not something you want to do. And then the packagers are going to be unhappy, and then the distros, or the distros will be unhappy, and it's just, then nobody wants to package anything, and then everyone's yelling at you all the time, and it's just, yeah. It's dumb. Oh, right, this is as we were trying to get Twitch working more, and we've got more stuff to do there, but you can tell when I got sidetracked with stuff. No, we do not self-host our Zulip. Because Pidgin is under a non-profit, Instant Messaging Freedom, which, did I ever make a trigger for that? We're able to get, yeah, they did. We're able to get a Zulip hosted server. We started with the free one. There's, the free hosted one's fine. We just did this one because it gets us more history, and I forget what else. So, yeah. But, GSVolt, you haven't been here in a minute. You might not know that we actually are very close to getting a Zulip protocol plugin working. I was hoping to get it done for the release, but it just did not happen. You saw in the discourse? Ah, cool, cool. Yeah. But yeah, we're close to it. I've got loading of contacts done. Next step is, I don't think there's got to be a request or something for direct messages. I haven't found it yet though. But the idea was to start handling the message class for DMs, and then we can start implementing DMs, and then streams will be fine after that. And then just we're getting close, but just I ran out of time. Pesky calls, you and your calls. You should get a room. And icon and title properties to purple message 4322. I'm also tempted to take the Twitch protocol plugin and put it in the Flatpak this release, but I don't know that I necessarily want to do that. And I'm pointing up because the chat you see above us is Pidgin 3. It's right here. Whoop. Right, this is Pidgin 3. Yay! So, running Twitch. Woo. Oh, damn it. I hate it when that happens. Come on. Yep, boom. All right, so, yep. This is normal Pidgin 3. It's the bot that's logged in. Whee! Who doesn't have emotes, clearly. But yeah. There's somebody that's working on a YouTube protocol plugin too. So when they have that working, then I will, well, maybe we'll do it ahead of time or not, but we want to build a bridge protocol plugin, which will let you as a Pidgin user merge chats together for yourself. It's not going to send it's not going to relay messages between the networks, but it'll let you bridge them into a single window, right? So for like Twitch chat, I'll have a single window, which will be shown on stream, which will be YouTube and Twitch. And that's really cool, but we're not quite there yet. So, but we're getting there. Slowly but surely, just, you know, keep trying, keep getting there. And keep it, yeah, right, exactly. TikTok, Kick, XMPP, IRC, right? Because some people don't want to jump on any of the services. Like, they'll watch anonymously, but they don't want an account and they want to talk, right? And then we can just put them all in there, and voila. But then, you know, more importantly too, just for users, you can start doing whatever you want. And yeah, but like IRC would just work, right? Because once the protocol plugin's there, it'll just done, right? Just select this guy, add to group, done. I don't know what the UI or anything like that's going to look like yet, but that's the idea. IRC never stores the message. Yeah. Well, so the IRC v3 has server history, and some of the servers implemented stuff like that, and we need to get that implemented in Pidgin 3. But one of the other things about us calling this an alpha is it doesn't mean that we have every API locked down. It means the APIs that we do have, we're pretty confident they're not going to change, but we don't have any of the history stuff done yet. We've taken a couple of whacks at it and have failed miserably. We kind of kicked it to the side for a little bit, like, all right, let's get everything else figured out, and then we'll figure out the history stuff. Yeah, so ircv3.net, there's actually quite a bit of stuff in here that is quite interesting. So account tracking to help you keep accounts tracked over names. Batches are interesting, so you can condense down net splits and net joins, and then chat history is a batch type too. Channels can be renamed. Obviously, this all depends on who's implementing what. Client only tags like typing messages work on IRC now if the network supports client tags, and you have a client that has it. Then there's reactions, replies as well. Echo messages is mostly for the clients so that they know that your message actually got delivered, stuff like that. There's tons of stuff in here. Yeah, so but then there's this whole big old thing here if you're looking for client stuff. We don't have Pidgin updated in here at all yet, because at some point we'll do it, but like right now Pidgin 3 is not considered ready for end users, so I don't even want to like get it announced anywhere. But like Pidgin 2 is in here, and you'll notice that most of it is no, because Pidgin 2 does not implement anything from IRCv3, which is stupid, but you know, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. We were gonna grab one that had an issue in it, and it made me think to go check all the other ones. Oh, I'm at the bottom. We need to get 4324 was the last one. That should be this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's some basic high-level architecture documentation. This is still libpurple. 17901 RR4333 by me. You haven't heard of Pidgin in many years? Well, we're still here. We're still alive. We haven't we never went anywhere. I mean, we slowed down a lot, but we're still here. We're still cracking away. We're trying to get to something modern. It just takes forever. How's it going, Sweetcar? Welcome. How are you? If you all see me talking to somebody who you don't see, it's because I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. But we don't have YouTube support for chat on screen, so it is what it is. Oh, yep, all the new account settings. This was one of the big blockers for alpha. was we changed the way that we store and define settings for accounts. There's a whole bunch of breakage right now with authentication, which we need to get finished too, but stuff will work. Multi-streaming hard to set up on Linux? Yeah. Yes, I'm using Linux only. No, it's not that hard. I'm using the Atom multi-stream plugin for OBS. And I have Patreon in here too. Except right now, the machine I'm on is not quite beefy enough to do the Twitch extended streaming, which has me encode multiple different formats and ship them up. So that I don't have to, so people can get, you know, different bitrate and stuff like that without having to use Twitch's encoding services. And then I'm also doing YouTube. But if I try to add Patreon on top of that, it just becomes too much for this machine. So, is what it is. But yeah, so I don't even remember where I got it. So I'm running OBS from Flatpak because that's just easier. And then I think it's a, it's just got to be a Flatpak extension, Atom multi-stream. That's not how you spell OBS. Yeah, so it's just it's a normal Flatpak plugin that's there. Oh, and actually, I need to see if I can get the GStreamer VAPI stuff working again. I think I'm using FFmpeg yet. The GStreamer stuff was always way less hard on the hardware. That might let me be able to do Patreon again with this. But, yeah. But then I'm also using Boswain. For my Stream Deck. And this works well as well. But you need the old WebSocket plugin to make it work, which kind of sucks, but yeah. Where are we? We just did 4158, which is this one. Yeah, okay. So next up, IRC v3. Remove user splits and account option virtual functions. This is why I've started putting these here. The problem is this whole release doesn't have it. So, yep. Sucks. What are you going to do? IRC v3, 4337. Okay. Some remnants of the SQLite history adapter. Like I said, we made a couple attempts at redoing the history API, but they were not fortuitous. So yeah, they sucked, and we had to get rid of them. The main problem, and so the person that implemented this was a summer code student. It wasn't their fault. I had a bad design, and we implemented that. And yeah, it sucks. What are you gonna do? Learn from your mistakes and come up with something better later. Is this really always spaces? I thought this is tabs. It should be tabs. Why do I have spaces for a bunch of this? I don't. It's just the last couple. All right, fine. Okay. Use strict tables for that. 4335. Do we get tab? Okay, yeah, we got tabs. Good. Do I know how does RC standards work? Like how we use protocol and all? Like HTTP and HTTP are universal protocol for web. Huh? I mean, the standard is there, and then you just build against the standard. I don't understand what you mean how it works. Like they tell you how to build stuff and how to make it work. I'm not paying Atom for their stuff. It just works. There's a donate link or something in here. Oh yeah, there's a support Atom, but like there's nothing to pay for this that I see. But this week are so like the HTTP RFC, which okay fine, right? So like it's gonna start off, it's gonna describe all this blah blah blah. And then it's going to go to overall operation. One of the big things about reading RFCs is learning how to read abnar something normal form or abstract banar something natural form, whatever this is, which is the rules of how every RFC defines structure. So they're defining some basic things here. An octet is any 8-bit sequence of data. A car is octets 0 through 127. CR is carriage return. LF is line feed. SP is space, whatever, blah, 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 right? So then when we get to, so they're going to start describing how a token works and what the separators are, blah, blah, blah. But then eventually we're going to get to, right, so HTTP version uses blah, blah, blah. In the, no, where the hell is it? General syntax, HTTP URL, they describe the URLs to, URL composition, full data, where the hell is it? Right, so then they're breaking this down. This is still ABNF. But at some point in here, okay, hold on. SMTP, RFC, email is so much easier. Yeah, it's something like that. Backus nar form, or whatever. I've never ever heard anybody pronounce it, so I don't know. Okay, so email is much simpler, right? So SMTP procedure, they're gonna give us a whole breakdown here. So when you connect to an SMTP server, there's a different. This is an old spec because it doesn't have hello in it. But you type mail space from colon reverse path, whoever you're sending from, and then you send carriage return line feed. Cool. Then the next command you send is rcpt space to colon who you're sending the email to. Cool. Carriage return line feed. Then you type data. If you want to add a subject, you type subject colon and then the subject. You hit new line. You can do another header like that or not, or you can start typing the body, which is just the body of the email, and then you hit dot and then carriage return line feed after that, and it goes right. So literally, mail from Smith at alpha.arpa, server replies with 250 OK. You send rcpt to Jones at beta.arpa, server responds 250 OK. You add another recipient, Green at beta.arpa, cool. But the server responds 550, no such user. Okay, fine. So then you send another recipient, Brown at beta.arpa. Server says 250, okay, cool. Then you start your data block. The server respond to it, start your input with whatever, end with carriage return line feed, dot carriage return line feed. You send blah, 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 whatever. That's the whole message body. You type dot, server accepts it, email goes out. And that's, yeah. Like, suppose a guy makes a protocol, you've got to get involved with the working groups and get a draft together and a whole bunch of stuff like that. That's a whole nother thing. Going through RFC ratification with IETF and everything, it's not for the faint of heart. Let's go with that. It's a lot of work, and if nobody's going to use it, then, like, there's no point in doing it. Because it is a lot of work. Like, there's something I want to get added to HTTP, and I'm looking at the startup for it, and I'm just like, oh, this sucks. And all I want to do is add a verb. I just want to add one verb to HTTP. And it'd make things so much easier for everybody. And it is an ass ton of work to even get started with it. And thus, I haven't done it yet. 4323, yeah, okay. How does, like, open source, like, Pidgin and registered, like... The standards are open standards. Anybody can implement them. You don't have to, like, license them because they're open standards. That's the whole point of IETF. The Internet Engineering Task Force and all that is to have standards so that things are interoperable. And open. Oh, does that have purple in the line? No. Like I said, I was still getting used to doing this at this point. $43, $42 from moi. Yep. Wow. Jeez, this stuff is only 2 months ago, and I barely remember doing it. Yep, the developer mode setting is... Oh, Jesus. It felt like we did this so long ago. Prior art for what? What are you trying to accomplish? Like when you make something and make it so open source works because of the copyright laws. Now, a lot of that is seen from the US copyright law point of view, but it depends on the country and stuff like that. Whenever you create something in the US and in many other countries in the world, I don't know where you are, you don't need to tell me, but the country where you are living in may have something similar where anything you create, you automatically get a copyright to it. So what happens with the open source license is the license gives people the ability to use that work, right? So like the standard stuff doesn't matter. You don't have to do prior work. You can just create something and then you license people to be able to use it from that. Now, obviously I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the law of where you're from or anything like that. So things may vary, but in many places in the world, whatever you create, you get a basic copyright on it that it's yours, that you create it and stuff like that. And then, you know, it's up to you to defend that copyright, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. But if you can show that you had prior work, blah, blah, blah. But it sounds like you just want to go through the open source licensing. Opensource.org, right? I thought they had like a breakdown or something. Open source AI. Ugh. Whatever. Just start an open source initiative. Like, look around here. You'll find some stuff. Hopefully. I don't know. I haven't looked at their site in a long time. I've been doing open source for over 25 years, so it's kind of ingrained. And trying to distill that for anybody is hard. It's like, okay, what parts are important today and which ones aren't? I don't know. I'd help her for getting setting active list set. Oh, yeah. No, XMPP gotta mention. $43, $41. This is me, I'm assuming. Yep. Yep, no problem. Bonjour, port to account settings. What is hitting my arm? Like an arm hair or something, just like out of place, making everything fucking feel weird. What the hell? $43.38. Update a few things in the migrating docs. $43.48. No, what? 48. I was like, didn't I just enter that one? I did. Okay. Bump Siegel to 7. 43.49. Update the error column and SQL backend for the conversation manager. Yeah, we actually can serialize G errors now, which makes things much happier, much easier. 4352. Oh, flatback. Fix the extension points so they actually work. This was to get Twitch working up above. Yeah, I guess it goes in general. Or, we'll do it this way. $43.53. Yeah, so Flatpak has these weird extensions, which is how like the OBS plugins and stuff work. So the extensions and stuff go into separate Flatpaks, but then they get mounted into the main app when it runs. We're doing the same thing with the Pidgin 3 Flatpak, which goes from there. Try Catch TV with a raid. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's your stream? Hope you're doing well tonight. What were you up to? Hopefully it went well. But welcome everyone from Try Catch TV stream. My name is Gary Kramlich. I'm the lead developer of Pidgin Instant Messenger. Maybe you've heard of it, maybe you use it, maybe you used to use it, maybe you know it by its old name, a game. Either way, we spend all our time here working on it, and tonight we are prepping for our first alpha release of Pidgin 3. This release is still not ready for end users. There's a whole document I put together describing what the development phases mean. And moving to alpha just means that, hey, protocol developers might be interested to start tinkering, because we think the APIs are stable enough for you without us requiring you to rewrite a whole bunch of stuff on the next release. Or at least fundamentally changing your entire program, your entire code in the next release. But yes. All right, 4353. Okay, it's Flatpak 4353. So right now we're just building the changelog. And yes, it should be automated. Cool, write me the tool to do it. Because I need to do it and I need to get more consistent about formatting the commit messages so that we can actually automate it. Be nice if I could type my name right. Single contact manager, cool. There's no bugs on that. Yep. Great account delete as replacement for purple accounts delete. Yeah. Still not sure this is the right way to go with this, but we'll find out. Either way, this is a UI thing. 4355, Gary Kramlich. And I wrote that in February. Okay, at least we're to February now. So the releases we're doing right now, they are time-based releases, which means we do development for 90 days, we do a release. We do development for 90 days, we do a release. Whatever we have done at the time, that's what gets released. There are certain goals and stuff we're trying to do and get working at that point, but it's not like, you know, oh, all of this has to be done. And ideally, it'd be done, but, you know, this is a volunteer project. Things change. We don't know problems until we find them, right? Stuff like that. So, yeah. No one's getting paid overtime to work on this as late as I normally do. I'm probably gonna get yelled at this if I don't clean these up. $43.57. But one of the big new things in this release is we have finally removed our dependency on libxml2. Remove XML node, and then one of the next ones is to get rid of. I think it is this one. This one might have actually gotten rid of libxml. There's not anything wrong with XML. I don't have a problem with XML. XML is fine. People do horrible things in XML. That's why everybody hates XML. We want to move away from it because libxml is no longer maintained, and apparently there's a bunch of security issues and other stuff. And yeah, plus we've done different things for how we store data and stuff like that. And the XML stuff never really scaled for us anyways. I mean, it worked, but at a certain point it just got to be too much. So now we are storing everything in SQLite databases, because that's what you do now. But the user interfaces can still override that and do other things. That's me? Yeah. Use account settings. So we ported to account settings and I forgot to actually use them. Because that kind of stuff happens. God, why can't I not type my last name tonight? Like, at all. $43.64. Also, you'll notice we haven't had a single, a whole month. We didn't actually do anything in Pidgin. It was everything in libpurple. And that's how the majority of the month, or the majority of this release went, is just getting that stuff all set up. So the goal is, now that we're done with the alphas, or now that we're into the alphas and done with experimentals, is we'll be spending more time working on the UI. So a lot of stuff to happen there, but we're getting there. I'm sure I like this setup, but we'll go with this for now. I don't think we've typically done this before. I guess maybe that falls under Windows. Let's go that route rather than doing plugins. Sure. Do 4366. There's a lot of this stuff in this release about getting stuff working on platforms and stuff, or on the different platforms, I should say. Make sure we store the presence of all contacts as well. Yep, I just forgot to do it. Okay. Pidgin, rework the account editor use settings. That's the big thing. That's the first Pidgin commit since before January 1st. It's February 9th. $43.59. Oh, there's actually more IRC stuff we missed. No issues in there. Okay. Purple, remove the current password stuff because that all got reworked. 361. Add protocol, validate account. This still needs some working, some tweaks. But so like in Purple 2, like there was no way for the protocol to try to validate the settings before you attempt to connect, which is kind of dumb. So like, you know, we don't know what fields are required, which aren't, and like we could try to write code around this to make it work, but that'll only work for the cases, for the simple cases and not complex ones. if you have like mutually exclusive settings or mutual exclusive settings, stuff like that. Yeah. Axios got pwned on npm. Huh. I don't. What's Axios again? That's how much of not a JavaScript person I am. I don't remember what Axios is. HTTP client? Yeah. I mean, high profile target, right? It's funny too, because the open source security podcast is just talking about security of package repositories. So open source security whatever. Yeah. So he's putting he's probably using AI for that, I'm guessing. I don't think Josh is actually going through and doing that by hand, which is fine. He can do whatever he wants. Not a big deal. But yeah. Validated count 4365. 35 million weekly downloads on npm. Yeah, but like npm downloads are bullshit anyways, right? Because like people don't do like. Okay. 3,338 downloads, 1,251 over the last week, right? Does that sound right to you? Because like this doesn't sound right to me. We don't have 3,000 new users, right? Oh, we're even down over time, right? But from 12/1 to now, we've had 76,000 downloads of our stuff that hasn't changed in over a year. Right? It one of the things with like JavaScript and a lot of other people out there, right? Their CI/CD does everything from scratch, which yeah, there's a point to do that, but they do that for every single build, and that just racks up these numbers and makes people go, oh, there's so many users. I'm not saying there aren't an ass ton of users. I'm saying that number is inflated, right? To what extent? I don't know, but yeah. You just returned from KubeCon EU in Amsterdam. Very little focus on how to fix open source maintainership. XML2, XZ, OpenSSL, dozens of SaaS solutions to monitor if pipeline does depend on vulnerable compromised packet. Yeah. That's how it goes, Dozer. It's really dumb, but yeah. Number isn't worth anything by itself, but comparatively, yeah, I guess, but still. It's, yeah, I don't know. Remove the account option API, yes. Oh, but speaking of conferences, so this week is CypherCon here in Milwaukee. So I will not be here on Thursday. I will not be streaming because I will be at the conference. Most likely. It's a little weird this year. So generally it was Thursday, Friday, and Thursday was the like after party, whatever's. But this year it's Wednesday, Thursday. So Wednesday is the party and all that. So I don't know what time I'm going to get home on Thursday, but I'm probably not going to stream and I'm also going to be tired. And then Friday we have B-sides. So I will be tired from all of that and walking around lots and lots. So, but yeah, no, I mean, I'm not trying to make light of, anybody getting compromised or anything. It's always a bad time when it happens. Right. But it's just, I don't know, man. What do I want to call it, right? I don't want to necessarily call it modern open source, but like these giant package managers that are just these big, huge targets for people to attack, right? Whether it's from typo squatting, slop squatting, or just, directly trying to attack developers and stuff. Something needs to be figured out, right? Because it's problematic for a number of reasons. And yeah, it's just, yeah. I mean, like the XZ thing is not affected by any of this, right? Somebody got social engineered by a malicious attacker, right? How do you protect against that? The answer is you don't. You live and learn, right? There's only so much you can do about it, right? It's like the guy that came after me to try to what's the right word? Try to make his plugin look official so that he could get people to download it, so that he could reverse, or so that he could keylog them and break into their machines, right? And they do all sorts of different ways to do this stuff, and it happens, right? And you got to try to identify it and go from there. All right. Team PCP? Huh. Yeah, I mean, spearfishing or all sorts of other stuff, right? This past week, I've gotten like 6 different calendar spams or fishes where like, you owe the IRS money, and but it's in my calendar. Call this number to blah, blah, blah. And you're like, you're in my fucking calendar. All right. Let's see. Has anything popped up that I haven't seen yet? I delete them and report them as spam. But yeah. So there's nothing right now for it. But yeah, so it's just like, I don't know. They've been at it for a while. Actually, did I take a screenshot? I might have taken a screenshot. Because you're just like, what the hell, man? Right, and the thing too is like, it's not like they're just coming after me either. These people go after anybody. Like, I might get a little bit more attention from them, but like, they don't care. They're trying to find out if you got Bitcoin or how you can get to somebody's Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency and, you know, what have you. I don't really want to listen to the files, thanks. Oh, that's just recents. Where the... It's very clear I don't ever use this app. What are you doing, mister? Besides getting in the way. I guess it's under images. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I guess I don't have one. Yeah, dude, I don't know why you are being stupid. Hi, welcome back. Damn silly cats. Oh yeah, I don't have one handy apparently. Oh. Your work's gonna be busy? Oh, yeah. Most popular third-party Node HTTP client? Okay. Yeah, happens. Come on. Eat your treats, man. And then get the fuck out of the way, please. Or just sit there in the way. Thank you. IRC implement validate account. Right, so like for IRC, we can go, hey, is your username look valid? I bumped his tail because he put his tail over my keyboard and then he jumped away. Just been reworking some of your bug bounty disclosure processes due to influx of AI crap, and these big vulns appear. Yeah, I mean, the vulns have always been there, right? They've just been discovered. But, oh, wait, I thought JavaScript was a memory-safe language. How are these vulnerabilities there? I'm making a joke. Like, nobody's going, well, that's not what happened. Yeah, I know. I understand. What is this? This is purple. You know, if they just rewrote NPM and Rust, it'll stop people from getting reverse engineered, social engineered. And yeah, if we just rewrite the human genome in Rust, it will be memory safe and people won't get social engineered anymore. That's what Rust people sound like, man. You're using legacy DNA and RNA. You need to be using Rust DNA RS and RNA RS. You're doing the species a disservice by reproducing using old legacy methods. You should use blockchain for your DNA transcription? Sure. Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that. Second Pidgin commit is an about box update. I don't know how I keep missing spacebar on my last name. It's getting very annoying. So wait, when did we... February 10th is when we started Zulip. It should have been working by now, but we got sidetracked with other stuff. Oh, shit. All right, that's fine. There should only be 1 or 2 commits here. For Pidgin 2. $43.76. Use the account name and the manager. $43.78. I don't know how to keep typoing my last name. I almost said first name. Can't even speak it. No wonder I can't type it. So if you notice the dates on Zulip 2, we had just started all of this. Yeah, so this is right after Discord announced that they were going to start requiring user IDs. So we had decided the Sunday before that announcement, which would have been the 9th, that Zulip was going to be the next protocol plugin. And actually, you can probably see that in our Discord, or discourse. I guess I'm going to click there. New Zulip server. What the hell is it? Or whatever. This is February 9th, right? Okay, so before I could announce it, we're going to add Zulip as the next protocol in Pidgin 3. Discord went ahead and decided they were going to add age verification to all users. So yeah. Anyway, so we have a Zulip server. Like we decided we're going to move to that. I thought I mentioned it. Oh, was it on maybe under Lit Purple? Yeah, protocols to support. February 8th. So after some investigation, I decided that Zulip is actually going to be the next in-free protocol. A few quick reasons why are: it's open source, well documented, encourages third-party clients, it's easy to set up, doesn't require registering applications, it's a simple REST-based API with HTTP long polling for events. Biggest cons I see: the threaded model doesn't fit well at the moment. We can work around this with message titles for now. But this can help us figure out, finalize our thread setup as well. Oh, I forgot we're going to do that way. That might actually make things easier in the meantime, but yeah. Also, there's not a lot of protocol, not a lot of use of the protocol network from what I can tell, right? Compared to the big ones like Discord and stuff. But that might also work in our favor as it's a niche we can help fill. I threw together stuff of this last night that just creates the plugin and protocol, but I'm kind of blocked until the account setting stuff is done, especially the password stuff, right? This is literally the day before Discord made that stupid announcement. It's just like, oh, or whatever, 2 days, right? Like, what timing? What timing? Just need a few more years of practice on my name. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. This is 4377. Yeah, okay. I'll get it sooner or later. Got to do my lines. Lines, for those of you that are young, are when you had to write the same word again and again for like penmanship and stuff. You know, like actually making sure you write your letters correctly and stuff. Remove notification from accounts. Yeah, this is a good one. This was, the idea of this was good, the implementation was bad. Sometimes you just gotta admit that, fix it, and move on. 4389, 4389. Right, so the account used to hold on to like an error notification for it, but that was dumb and it caused some weird circular dependency stuff. So instead we have the account manager keep track of it and then update it in the notification manager. And that works so much better. Nope, yep. 4390. Anyways, how's it going, Polly? Hope you're doing well. Oh, also, if you're looking to get a new shirt, I messed something up in the store and they have to review it now. So, for those of you that don't, well, I don't really want to announce it for silly. Yeah, we'll just keep it quiet for now. Sometimes people like to try to beat me to the punch of posting things on Hacker News and Lobsters and stuff, and it really fucks up everything. So when we get close to me needing to announce something, I just don't say what it is, and I just don't talk about it, so that I can make sure that people don't scoop the story on me and then totally mess up what we're trying to do. Because, yep, that's yet another thing we have to deal with. $43.94. Do. Few cleanups in the account editor. Additional API to badges. Oh, right. Yeah, we got to go back and fix all this. This is going to affect protocol authors a little bit, but not a whole lot. That's only if they're going to use badges. Badges are like you see on Twitch names and stuff. Like the prefix of, like, for me, you know, you'll see streamer and whatever, right? So you've got the, or broadcaster, and then I'm a subscriber myself, and then Twitch recap 2025. Ooh. Way to go. I clicked a button and looked at the results, and I got a badge for it. That was purple, right? Account manager backend, I guess it should say like implement or something, but we didn't. So it is what it is. You're doing good. We need badges here on YouTube. The crowns are not the same. Yeah. Fucking again, man. Clean up the credential provider API, or add API to add locking. Oh, 43. Oh, no, the bugs go first. What am I doing? Where's the other one? Pidgin 18153. RR 4397. Run me again. I know Ivanhoe's got one coming up here. I gotta make sure I grab it. I think it was in here. It might have been in Seagull. Now that I think about it. This is purple, purple. 4398. We're almost done with February. Okay. Settings, update signal to account settings. Yep, good, good, good. Yeah, I don't know. The YouTube streaming interface leaves a bit to be desired. And by a bit, I mean a lot. God, man, Jesus. How's it going, Dan? Welcome, welcome. How are you? $43.99. Oh, Jesus. We have at least 100 more review requests that happened this month. Is that right? Fuck. So this is $43.99 on February 22nd. Well, when it got landed was on February 22nd. But the most recent ones that were landed are 4503 or something. 02. 4502. They're not all in Pidgin 3, but yeah, that's damn. Busy month. Busy month. Review request. So in a review board, these are called review requests. The code reviews are called review requests. Where they're pull requests, right? So this one on the I Am Freedom website, I fixed my donation link, right? So there's the pull request, right? So I don't really use Streamlabs anymore. I use Stream Elements. That's what's tied into the interface and everything, or into the overlay. So it's like, oh, we should fix this. So, yeah. But yeah, so what ends up happening is, at least on Discourse, all right, so if we look at the release announcements, I didn't want to edit this spider. What? So the RRs automatically get linked. So we have a thing that looks for RR space and then some numbers. And then that just drops it into the link. It takes the numbers and splits them into the link to go to the review request, right? So the RR is just the identifier to help us match that and turn it into a link. $43.99. Oh, right. We had the whole determinism of startup thing in this cycle, too. Fix the loading of account settings. Woo! $44.01. Jesus, man. It's really embarrassing that I can't type my name right. Make startup deterministic. So one of the things that I just totally didn't think of was with all the backends now being loaded asynchronously, we weren't loading from, like, things weren't running in the proper order, and there weren't dependencies on each other and stuff like that. So, like, once we moved the accounts, we noticed it for certain when we moved the accounts to a backend that was loaded asynchronously. because then the conversations would load asynchronously and they wouldn't work because the accounts weren't loaded. So when it looked up the account that a conversation belonged to, it would fail because it didn't get loaded yet. And you're just like, oh, huh. Like that. Whoops. Async programming 101. Yay. We done fucked up. I gotta get better with this stuff too. It's like I started putting purple at the start of the line, or what subsystem, whatever this is in, so stuff's easier to find, and so that we can build out, maybe parse out the change log, so I don't have to type this by hand each time. But you can see how it's just error prone, and there's other problems, and yeah. Place a contact request password with an async pair. Zulip, handle password authentication. It's almost like that one became a dependency of the one I was actually trying to work on. And get scheduler backend virtual function. Yeah, I really wanted to get that done too, but shit happens. One of the things I was really hoping for this release, especially when it was still just going to be an experimental, was that we would have all the serialization stuff done. And didn't happen. It's okay. I'd much rather have the alpha and have the protocol API more or less stable. And then like we can worry about the backend stuff later. It's not the end of the world. Remove UI.get presence manager. This was a originally the idea was that the user interfaces were going to create the manager instances, and sure, but that just doesn't matter. What we ended up doing is we created these backends that does everything for you. Like the original idea was like they were going to be subclassable and stuff like that, and it's just like, this is too complicated. Just write a backend. We want to change it later, we'll change it later. But this is the way it goes. Yeah, we started removing all the test UI, but we guess what? We need it back. Well, not necessarily need it back, but there's things we have to do to make it work. And there's some unit tests I can't really change yet because they're broken until I fix something silly. And yeah, there's always a billion things going on. Oh, yeah. This is the start of moving all this stuff away from the old crappy idea setup to something better. Update the UI to implement get conversation manager backend. Remove UI.get conversation manager. It's like there's little stories here, right? We add get conversation manager backend with review request 4416. In 4417, we updated the UI to implement get conversation manager backend. And then in 418, we deleted UI.get conversation manager because now everybody was moved to the backend one, and yep. Implement UI get contact manager backend. $44.19. Oh, this is by far one of the more monotonous things to do for a release. I mean, it's okay, right? Doing monotonous things is okay. Every once in a while. Gives you a break from the nonsense, right? So, yeah. One call turns into 3. Yep. Yep. That'll happen. Although I was on a call from 2 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. last night. So I would rather have 3 shorter calls than that. I mean, it wasn't a call per se. We were doing a server migration. The joys of being in DevOps. Yay. You gotta do stuff on off hours. And when shit goes wrong, you have to figure it out. Yay. Aha. There's Ivanhoe. I knew he had at least one in here. And I'm going to copy his name because I'm going to typo it again like I did last time. I somehow missed the C in his name. But, you know, it happens. That's why you copy paste. Make sure you get it right. Zulip, register the event queue. Okay. The joys. Oh, yeah, the joys. So much joys. So much joys, they are so much happies. So much happy that they're happy. Joys. I really hope somebody saw me getting to that point. And that was not a surprise that I was going to make a Ren and Stimpy reference. Do kids these days know who Ren and Stimpy are? Better question. Do kids these days know who the fuck Bugs Bunny is? Or 32. We did not close a lot of bugs on this release. Make the core an object. This is something that needed to happen for a long time, too. I'm glad this one's finally done. You know what? I bet you if I let Sublime Text complete that, it'll probably help me avoid the typo. Yeah. Let the tool do the work. Although if I was really smart, I would do this. Oh no, I can't do this. Because I'm cycling out the keyboard all the time for the text. $44.40. Update the protocol manager, use the standard implementation. I don't even remember what this meant. Oh, the startup implementation. Yeah, so we changed the signature for the managers to do for their startup methods. So like they return an instance and stuff like that. Which is good, but just had to go through and do it for all of them. Yeah, look, Sublime can just complete it for me. Wait the whiteboard manager to do the same thing. Oh yes, 4443. Oh, look at that. It's one of those things too where it's just I went on a tear to get it done. And it took some time, but we got through all of them. Four, 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 four. 4444 444. You need a script auto. Yes, I said that earlier. If you want to write it, please do. But the bigger problem is making sure that the commits are actually in the right format and it pulls out the information right and all that. But I need more work, like I need less sleep. Because, yeah, I do not get enough sleep because I have too much work. So adding more work means less sleep even more. And that's no good. Like, I think my total from midnight last night for sleep last night is 3.5 hours and 2 sessions. That's how much sleep I got last night. Today. It's like, it's not even last night, it's today. That's how much sleep I got. It's also one of the reasons when I get really annoyed when people are like, oh, why don't you just... It's just like, why don't you just get a fucking clue? Like, I'm glad you seem to have all your shit figured out. Guess what? I'm not there. There's a thing you call sleep. Yeah, I'm guessing you probably got more than me. Like, here. That was my first batch of sleep from 9:41 in the morning to 11:53, 1 hours and 58 minutes. Is it gonna have the sleep I'd had just before the stream now? Oh yeah, I got a total of 3 hours and 23 minutes. And then here's my other sleep before the stream now. Go on. 8:07 p.m. to 9:33 p.m. That's how much sleep I got today. So again, when people are like, "Oh, you're moody," yeah, no shit. Like, I don't know, maybe I didn't sleep at all. That's a problem. What does a car mechanic and a game programmer have in common? They both live on planet Earth. I mean, what the hell kind of question is this? I have a feeling it's got a very stupid answer, but go ahead. Both get frustrated at their engine? Okay, sure. Okay. File transfer manager. Do 4448. March 16th. We're almost there. We're getting there. Except we had a flurry of pull requests at the end, like we normally do. I'm really excited with this setup. We're not done yet, but the API is there to let it happen. But the core now keeps track of, or the core is going to keep track of all of the global state, which is a good thing. But anyways, how's it going, Kitsuru? Welcome, welcome. How are you? 4449. Use a new icon as, oh, jeez. Why did this? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Ivanhoe fixed this. I was like, what? This should have happened a while ago. And we did add the new icon. I just fucked it up and missed part of it. And then Ivanhoe figured it out and made it work. Migrate to account settings for IRCv3. 4451. Move the old account option API. Oh yeah, that was only what? That was like 10 days ago? That, wow. Okay, that seems like so much longer ago. But again, when I have to sleep multiple times in a day to get enough sleep, the days seem to be much longer than they actually are. Or further away, right? It's mentally my brain's like, yeah, I've slept 3 times. That's 4 days ago. When it's like, oh no, that was yesterday. Or 2 days ago. Yes, it's 10 Earth days, yes. The funny part is, when I was younger, I used to run on like a 32 to 36 hour day. It's one of the reasons why I do not have a sleep schedule at all. It's just, you know, I would just, that's what my body was used to. That's what it would want to do. And I'd get insomnia and not be able to sleep. And yep. Just the way it went. And now I'm just like, I mean, it's still not great, but it's definitely not in the 30s. It's like maybe 26, 28. It's weird and silly. Oh, the last remnants of the pref API. Yeah. Voice user debug API with the glib version. Yep. Did we delete all that API? No, I think we did. This is purple? Yeah. You have a regular sleep pattern, 2 a.m. to 8:45 a.m. You've only slept in recently once. Yeah, I don't know what the hell time I'm going to wake up tomorrow. We'll see. I'll set an alarm and yep, we'll see what happens. And then I have to get up early on Wednesday for this conference. I don't have to, but I did pay for the conference myself, so I should probably try to get to as much of it as possible. So, yeah. Well, that reminds me, I need to take the command out of the cycle after the stream. The command cycle, or the announcement cycle, like the bot just did. 8 hours of continuous sleep is a somewhat modern concept. Whatever. That doesn't sound like a discussion that's interesting at all. It's like the advent of cooking your food is new. You're like, yeah, technically you're not wrong, but who cares? Right? I guess this is probably under Windows. Not under Pidgin, right? So even if this was automated, stuff's just in the wrong spot. Because just labeled it bad. The rest of the debug and its uses. 4463. 4363. 4463. You just read a bunch of history scientific papers on sleep. Seems like it was quite common to have a sleep pattern broken into 2 periods of sleep in the medieval. Okay. I mean, for as long as I can remember, my grandma takes a nap at 2 p.m. every day. Like, you know, people find what works for them and it's fine. But I don't know. The whole thing of like, well, everybody has to do this thing all the same way just has never sat well with me. It's just like, yep, everybody's different. Everybody's bodies are different. They're weird. They've all been through different experiences. It's fine. I'm jealous of my grandma. Not gonna lie, a nap at 2 p.m. sounds awesome. Yeah. Well, she also gets up at like 5 or 6 in the morning for whatever reason. Like, and just to give you a rough idea, right? I'm in my mid-40s. My grandma is obviously quite old. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But yeah. She's still doing well. That's good. Like, I know if I call her between 2 and 3, I'm gonna get an earful. Or she's not gonna answer the phone. Oh, give the core ownership of all the managers. Woo! Fixed problem that conversations cannot be closed. It's fine. It's a little broken English, but it's fine. Son of a bitch. I just put everything under Pidgin that should have been under purple. Uh, 4464 was purple. Or was the Pidgin one? Move the rest of the debug API. Jesus. WinCred. Okay, so we got that one at 4458. Okay, 4461 is supposed to be purple. Yeah, Jesus. Alright, so this whole block is supposed to be up here. Yep, alright. Anyways, alright, so what was the last one then? 4467? Give the core ownership of all managers. Okay, cool. Fixed problem conversation. Oh, no, we did that one, right? Yeah. Oh, and I assigned it to myself like a jackass. That's what happens. I just start doing so many of these, and I lose track of who they belong to. We're gonna, at the end of this, we're gonna do a filter to make sure I can count how many each author has, and then we're gonna find the ones that aren't me and make sure they have those. If I missed one for me, I don't give a shit, right? But when people have a couple, it's important that they get credit, right? They've gone out of their way to help me with this, and they deserve to be credited and attributed properly. This is also Ivanhoe. Yep. Okay. He had more in here than I remember. It was good. I mean, it's bad that I don't remember, but it's good. Apparently he's got another one in here that's wrong. How's it going, Ivanhoe? Welcome, welcome. How are you? We were just talking about you because I accidentally credited one of your changes to me again. But we caught it this time before the release, which is good. 4471. Actually, let's do this real quick. It looks like we might have a typo for one of your names too. Yeah, look at that. Okay, there's just one. And it's right after that one, Jesus. Yeah, I summoned you. That's it. And holy Christ, there's a lot in this release. I thought I just, did I put this in the wrong spot again? Oh, no, I'm just blind? Okay. 4471. We updated Seagull, and then we're like, oh no, we updated Burb, then Seagull. Okay, never mind. And a bunch of stuff related to resources for the icon. $44.62. Oh yeah, I guess we didn't actually do anything on Mac. Oh, there should be a keychain access thing coming up here too. This is, jeez. We were talking earlier, and it's still like this felt like so long ago. Then this was only 10 days ago, and it felt like a month ago. Oh, good. Q-Logic's got one in here too. We're gonna double check that I got that right. Like everything completed right? Okay, good. And the use count. Yep, we were finally able to do this with the latest Burb. Or, Seagull. Back up to purple, though. So is everyone all psyched up and ready for Practical Joke Day on the internet? In 24-ish hours? For the first time in a long time, we get to participate. I can't remember what we've done in the past. I would think it was always just silly stuff. Like, oh, we've merged with Copete or something like that. I don't remember what stupid shit we did. Actually, we can probably... Well, let's get done with this and we'll look at that. I'm sure it's something like that. Just like, oh, yep, we're shutting down the project. Blah blah blah. Nope, just kidding. We're getting sued by AOL again, even though they don't exist. You once turned Near Beach marketing site upside down for 12 hours. Nice. Do you know what I'm announcing? Robotic Head? I don't know if I've told you at all. I mean, you've maybe picked it up on streams. Don't say it on stream. We're in the silence period right now. And what I mean is, like, in the past, I've done releases, and then I waited to post on Hacker News until the morning, right? Because that's when more people will see it, stuff like that. And somebody decided to get out in front of me, and then I get posted as like, oh, double post, and it's like, dude. Okay. I will. Where are you here? Check discourse or Discord. $44.79. 44.80 still on Zulip. I almost said Discourse. You can tell where we put a lot of work this month, or this release, but we didn't quite get it done. It's okay. We got close. And we'll get it done sooner or later. Good. We're finally done with that 2.x.y one. Yeah. The people trying to like preempt you is, yeah. So now I just have media blackout times. Let's go with that, right? You can see me trying to scramble to get Zulip done. Like, if I just go fast enough, we can get this done before the release. And there was not enough time. There was more commits on Zulip than there was on Pidgin. Oh, maybe not, but it's close. We couldn't get through all these either. There's I've got to implement the person loading in the Seagull backend because it breaks shit right now because it does a G warning, which causes unit tests to fail. So I can't actually fix that the right way until I fix that, or just fucking yak shaving all the way down. Yeah, so Zulip, we do actually load the contacts. You can't see them. We don't add them to your contact list or anything. But internally, we're storing all of them, so everything's cached. Although Zulip is interesting, and like most of the time it gives you, well, I gotta look more. But a lot of the times when it tells you about users, it gives you all their info, at least from what I've seen so far, but maybe not. Again, I don't actually have messaging working, so I'm just going off of what I remember from the API, which is probably wrong. And yes, lots of code reorganization. One of the things we've been trying to do is make the code easier to manage and maintain, and make it easier to find stuff. Big reason for that is we need to find a way to actually keep maintainers or keep contributors, and having a bunch of poorly organized code is not a good way to find and keep them. So we've been putting a lot of work into doing all that to address that situation. It might be a lost cause, but who knows? But I really don't want to get into 30 years of Pidgin development, at least right now, because it is a lot of work and I am fucking tired. So at some point, we've got to find a way to hand it off to somebody. And ideally, that would be somebody who's already involved and actually knows all of it and everything right away. All right, that appears to be all of this. So let's go back to this. Be default, T author. I think it's T. Oh, we need log, not LG. We don't need V. Elliot's got 1. Ivanhoe has 4. One, two, three, 4. This next one is, yep, cool. All right. Cool. That's, yeah. Oh. There should be no issues here, but you never knew. Oh, oh, oh. We didn't have a solution for that. How do we? There's a note in the Mason file that's supposed to say, don't forget the metadata file, which I almost forgot. Now, I don't remember how we've been doing this part. Because we need to put this in here. And I think we need to look at what I did for the last release. Or maybe I'm just managing this separately in the Flatpak. Well, this isn't right. Where the hell am I updating this? Okay. Like, that's better. So what the hell did we do here? Oh, I think we did this, and then we set this to... We might have already put this in place. Shit, what the hell do we do here? Okay, so we did modify the meta info file here too. Oh, we just put an empty checksum. For better or worse. Okay. Do, 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 do. 95.0. Do I need the checksum field? It might not work without the checksum field. We have a unit test that verifies that file for us. I think I saw a fail in there. Oh no. All right, well we can fix that. All right, well let's fix the changelog first. Changelog 93. Oh, it's standard dies? Okay. Sure. And then account on 148. Yeah, so we also run code spell on the whole repo as part of our unit test to help find silly typos like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't catch commit messages. Um, okay, so just the metadata file. Release time missing date 160. Oh, because I typed data. Real-time spell checks failing. Nobody wants to burn a bunch of channel points on a a typo. Thank you, Tommy Rex. How are you? Hope you're doing well. All right, cool. Yes, and keep that quiet. We are in the media blackout phase right now, where we want to keep that quiet. You don't have enough points to point out a typo? Darn. Yeah, Ivan, no, I don't think you were here for it, so don't worry about it. But I think it was the last release or the one before it. I'm guessing it was somebody from the stream, but I'm not positive. But somebody decided that because I put the post for the release out on Discourse and I didn't put it on Hacker News yet, that they should put it on Hacker News. And then the release just went nowhere because nobody saw it because they posted it at hours when nobody would see it. So yeah, you burned your points a few streams. Yeah, I think you did too. But yeah. So anyways, I'm now instituting, at least for me, a media blackout. Right, we're quiet before we're gonna make announcements. We just stop talking about stuff. It's 1 o'clock. Okay, not so bad. Make sure the turtles pass. Mason dist. Added that to the wrong command. Post an HN if some. You can, but sometimes they get weird about his stuff. Like, people will take it like, oh, this topic was recently talked about. This is a dupe of this, right? Stuff like that. And it's just annoying, right? I'm not trying to figure out every single intricacy of Hacker News and stuff. It's just, you know, silly. Or maybe that's fine. I don't know, right? I'm not sitting here trying to learn all the rules. Hacker News has rules like any other platform. Some rules are unwritten. Yeah. And like sometimes too, like if you're the author of the post, they might accuse you, or with good reason, might accuse you for karma farming and stuff. And there's a whole bunch of silly stuff like that. Because some people will do that, right? And yeah. It is what it is. But so what ends up happening now is I'll post on Hacker News right when I do the discourse post, just to avoid that. But depending on when we do that, then, you know, it doesn't get seen by a lot of people because the majority of people are sleeping. So you're like, yep. Shouldn't write your own biography on Wikipedia, conflict of interest. Right. That's so what do I call you? Vartan or EB Vartan. Like there's all these stuff on the Pidgin Wikipedia page. Whatever, go to the disambiguation. Oh, yeah, it should be w/Pidgin software or something. Or not, whatever. Is it wiki? Yeah, there it is. Like there's all these notes here, blah blah blah. And I'm like, all right, what do you guys need? What do you want? And references to oh. Yeah, we're trying, man. Like people aren't writing about as much anymore. But like I also don't know why we have the English page has a Spanish translation for the screenshot, right? It's yeah. Once the sources are over 10 years old, I don't know how that's okay, whatever. Right? There's problems and yeah. Let me see, arbitrary, yeah. Like on Reddit where your most upvoted post was violating the subreddit rules. Yep. Become a spot of blatant advertising. Oh yeah, that one's been around there for a while. Blah, blah, blah. Fun Pidgin, blah, blah, blah. We were talking about that last time. But yeah, like, I don't know. There's been one recent news article. The sooner we get to a release, the sooner all this gets resolved. It's just there's not enough time, man. There's just not enough time to get this stuff done. All right. Release looks ready. So we get to write the blog post yet, or the discourse post. And yeah, 4503. Ran Mason Dist. Called in the turtles and ran Mason Dist. But yeah, I like mental masturbation. It's fun. Yeah, pretty much. You know, the more, once we get to more releases that are user focused, stuff like that. If we ever get 2.15.0 out the door, which I really want to, we should probably do that right after this release. It's just get that done. The only things we're really waiting on is the Windows directory stuff. And then there's some, yeah. And then after that, 2.x should be done. But if people start writing posts about it, stuff like that, like, oh, hey, blah, blah, blah. It's just, yeah. So Pidgin 3 has been GTK 4 for like 3-4 years now. But it's not ready for end users yet, right? So the easiest way to explain this is the Pidgin 2 APIs needed to be completely overhauled because we're in an ad. I'll wait till the ad gets done. Yeah. But it's just, I really need to write a blog post or something for this. Yes, Pidgin 2 is GTK 2. Yes. Okay, you can hear me. You're not in an ad right now. But either way, we'll wait until the ad's done before I go through this whole spiel. Because it is a spiel. But the Pidgin 2 being in GTK 2 has caused us a whole nother host of other problems. Because people want to kill GTK 2 because, oh, it's no longer maintained. Like, dude, do you know how much unmaintained software is out there? And you're killing GTK 2 for the sake of, I don't know why. Fucking open source posturing or I don't fucking know. But like, so our big push for Pidgin 2 right now is use the Flatpak. Right. But like Debian wants to remove GTK 2 for Trixie, or not Trixie, for Forky. Cool. That's out next year, and they're trying to push it right now. And I'm like, guys, fuck off. Let me work and get the GTK 4 version done, rather than having to do something to keep it running because you guys have a stick up your butt about GTK 2 for some reason. It's just like, So all right. So anyways, so Pidgin 3 is... A lot has changed between Pidgin 2 and Pidgin 3. The Pidgin 2 APIs, so Pidgin itself is built on top of a library we write called libpurple. Libpurple does the abstraction of all the different chat networks and gets them down to a common API, and does the same thing for user interfaces. The problem is the version of Purple 2, a lot of the API goes all the way back to game from 1998. It's not identical, but it's, you know, it's inspired by that. It's been iteratively updated since then. The problem is, in that time frame from 1998 until I don't know, whenever we stopped doing features in Purple 2, or actually whenever we released game 1.0 and then Pidgin or libpurple is Purple 2 2.0. The problem is the APIs were they were a product of chat networks at the time. What I mean by that is, when a message would come in, we would tell the protocol, or the protocol would tell the core that we got a new message with this string content from this user with this username as a string. That's it. So we'll get to that. So what ended up happening is, everything that comes in, we haven't. So when a message comes in, we possibly write it to a logger to disk, and then we write it to the conversation window, and then it's gone. We can no longer find it again. We can quote unquote find it in the logger, but we cannot find it by ID, right? So if somebody wants to make an edit to that message, we can't find it to actually update it and edit it. If somebody wants to add a reaction to that message, we cannot find it. We cannot add a reaction to it. If somebody wants to reply to a message, we cannot find that message, grab its content, and show it as a reply in the window, because we cannot find that message, right? Message history like that is pretty intrinsic to a chat client in 2026. Having to change all that stuff meant we had to change a whole bunch of other stuff, which basically cascaded and yak-shaved through the entire damn library. libpurple is completely different, and we now have a message class which has an ass ton of fields. So, for example, let's do it this way. So remember, when a message came in, we had 2 strings for a message. That was it, right? The content, which would have been formatted in HTML, and the author. That's it. That's all we had. A purple message now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 properties. Some of these are objects that have additional properties, and there's stuff we're still missing. Right? So that should just give you a rough idea of the kind of things we've had to do and change in the library to make stuff actually work, right? So like there's also the problem of, in Purple 2 and earlier, everything was reactive, or we had to manually update everything, right? So like, if you've ever seen in the user interface where like somebody changed their alias and it didn't update somewhere in the user interface, it's because we missed the call to that thing to update it, right? In Purple 3, everything is based on GObjects, everything uses GObject properties, everything is listening for property changes, so stuff just happens, right? We change a property, we don't have to go tell a million places to update. They're already watching it, because when they added it, they're binding to that property to get the value in there, and they automatically update. And that's why, like here, for example, so the user interface of Pidgin 2, the GTK just UI point, has 86,000 lines of C code for Pidgin 2. Pidgin 3 has 15,000. We have shaved 70,000 lines of code by using GObject property binding, UI files, and a bunch of other stuff. That's, yeah. No, we don't use sodium for crypto. Any crypto we need, which isn't much, we pull out a glib, or maybe gcrypto or whatever it is. But we don't do any crypto stuff that we shouldn't be doing anymore. How's it going, Nedbog? like Pidgin 2, we used to get shit all the time because we would store passwords in plain text and we had justifications, but people still didn't like it. And eventually everybody just hides all their passwords behind a password, which is not really any more secure. Which password managers now, but all that's deferred now, right? So we use libsecret for storing passwords. And then any other crypto we need, most of the protocols are all standards, right? It's all TLS for the most part. So like we don't need random crypto shit anymore. But as for Oscar, we don't have Oscar support in in Purple 3, but because there's such a big deal out of people are being super nostalgic about old protocols, Open Oscar server, Nina chat, MSN Escargot, I forget what else. We have taken all of our old protocol plugins out of our history and thrown them into another repository so that people can build them and use them against stuff. So if you install the Flatpak of Pidgin 2, it's not obvious from here, but maybe we mentioned it in here. I don't remember. But now that'll get loaded so you'll have all that. Great. Now we're 500 on this. Lovely. Yeah, I don't think we mentioned it here. But I was going to take us to Pidgin, not the actual Flatpak. Oh, there's the manifest. But yeah, so now we pull in Retro Purple in here. So you get all them old ass plugins so that people can use them and be happy. So technically, yes, there's still Oscar support so that you can run it with Open Oscar server or whatever other server you're using. I don't have a problem with Flatpaks. I think they're fine. The problem is Pidgin's not something that should be in... Pidgin isn't something that should be packaged by a long-term distro, right? Long-term distros have their rules and stuff, and that's fine, but something like Pidgin, where you have a plugin for some proprietary service that changes and gets broken and stuff, and there's no guarantee of the API being stable or anything, that being packaged for users causes us lots of headaches. Because what happens is users will install the packages from the distro, and then something breaks, and the distro won't update the package because it's not a security issue and they're in a long-term support for the distro, right? So then the user's screwed, right? Their options are we either provide the plugin for them or they try to compile the plugin. When they try to compile the plugin, they eat up gobs of our time supporting them. It's not, like, I'm not angry about it, but it's annoyance, right? It's a fact of life. So Flatpak lets us avoid all of that, right? Because it gives us one thing to build, they can use it on any distro, and it just works, right? So we've got a bunch of users that are on like Hunix and stuff, these weird privacy-focused distros and stuff like that, and they're on an old version of Pidgin. They're like, well, there's bugs here, and I'm like, well, we fixed it over here. I can't update your system. Like, so your options are learn how to compile it and figure out all the dependencies and everything, or install the Flatpak. The first option is going to take you a lot of time and it's going to require my help, and I don't have time to spare. The second option will take you 5-10 minutes. You'll be done and you'll never have to worry about it again because you'll get updates. The choice should be very clear. Sometimes it takes some persuasion. But like, do I care about the package management wars between Flatpak, App Image, and Snap? Not really. My experience with app images are you don't get automatic updates. They start up really slow. Flatpak, once you install it and you run Flatpak update, it just updates, you're good to go. Snaps, Ubuntu, pretty much Ubuntu only, Ubuntu specific, not worth my time. We have users on all sorts of platforms, right? So that's roughly what it comes down to, right? Flatpak's well supported across many distros, and it does automatic updates, right? And it keeps people off my back of trying to help them compile and figure out what dependencies they need for their distro, which generally means I spin up a VM to get through it faster, because that's somehow faster, or I'll spin up a Docker container because same reasons. Yeah, open source really is a thankless job. You pretend snaps don't exist? Yeah. app images kind of make sense, but like, I feel like they replaced auto packages, but I don't know if that's for certain or not. And auto packages were a thing a long time ago. That was like a distro agnostic package, stuff like that. Actually, we recently deleted our spec file for auto package out of the Pidgin 2 code base because we just forgot it was there. Shit happens, right? But, you know, it is what it is. But like, it's funny, like when I first started doing open source stuff, the big thing was to get into the distros because then people wouldn't have to compile it. And then it's like, oh, but then you hit a bug and this person's on an LTS and they have another 6 months until the next LTS update comes out. But they're on the old LTS, not the current LTS. The old LTS still being supported. So they want to stay one version behind. So when they do that, they're still not going to get the fix. Right? You're just like, right. Okay. So we looked at doing PPAs, right? So there was this thing called Package Cloud. I think it's still around. And we started building out all this shit for all these different distros and all this stuff. And it's just like, why am I doing all this work? Right. So like we had Debian repositories for all the supported Debians plus testing and unstable. We started doing RPMs and it's just like, dude, why? Right. Because the thing about a PPA is because we're not a big fat static binary. We need the system libraries, right? Which means we have to have a separate PPA for every distro we support. So it's too much. So Flatpak, way to go. Right? And if people want to bitch about the Flatpak, well, go ahead. Make your own fucking package then. I don't care. Right? Like we literally, oh, I guess I closed it now, but log date 2026 0101 to 2026 0331 data minus T author I typed unique wrong. So in the past 3 months, I've made 141 commits just to this repository. This one repository. Out of all of the 13 or whatever different libraries we have, which I got to do the state of the bird this week, so we'll find out what the actual numbers are. Which actually, let's look at the state of the bird from last month. Like, I know the numbers are up. Right, and this is the thing, when people are just like, oh, why don't you like, dude, do you know how much shit I'm already doing? And you're asking me to do more? I had somebody, I was like, here, I added a dope file, can you commit it? And blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm going to add something new to our crap. I'm going to look at it, I'm going to understand, I'm going to make sure we have everything in there right, or at least attempt to make it right. Right? Just like fucking hell. So, okay. So in February, we opened 51 pull requests and 40 there. Huh, okay. So just Pidgin alone, right? If we just go off of how many pull requests were opened, that's 91. And that means there are at least 50 pull requests in March, just looking at the Pidgin repo, just based on my number, right? And yeah, I went through and triaged a shit ton of issues that month, as you can tell. A bunch of stuff that just was never going to get fixed. But then, so in February, we had 45 commits to Pidgin and 23 here, right? So that's 88. So in theory, I had 70 some odd commits in Pidgin. Actually, why am I guessing? I can just look. So in March, this is what I used to do the thing anyways. In March, I had 72 commits on Pidgin. That's 2 and change commits a day. How do I sleep? That's the joke. I don't. Here, I was showing this earlier. So right now I do part-time contracting work to pay the bills. And last night we had a server migration. So here's how much I slept last night. Come on, get in focus. 9:41 to a.m. to 11:53 a.m. Right? Because I went into the office and there was that, right? And then before the stream tonight, I slept an hour 25 from 8 o'clock to 9:30. Because I did take a nap yesterday from like 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. before I had the server migration, which was from 2 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. And yeah. So Vartan, I've been the lead developer for 10 years doing mostly this. And yeah, I'm tired. I'm exhausted. And when people start wasting my time, like this Debian developer that's like, oh, we have to get rid of GTK 2 right now. Just like, oh my God. Yeah, it's, yeah. And then people come in here and make stupid jokes and, oh, well, why don't you just? Why don't you just? And it's like, why don't you just take a minute to slow the fuck down and understand the scenario before you start making stupid, wild claims and then start criticizing my actions and decision-making process? Because, my God, the ego on some of these people, man. Of course, I'm probably going to butcher your name. I'm going to try, though. Eladius Domesticus? Yeah, I mean, Pidgin has always been a passion project for me. My use of it of game back in 2003 came out of necessity, and I got hooked. So, yeah. My health is priority. So... This is going to sound stupid, but I'm probably more healthy than I've been in a long time. Or, not in a long time. But than I've been in the past. Long story short, for 5 years I was dealing with undetermined chronic pain. That turns out that I was accidentally poisoning myself because it turns out I'm allergic to NutraSweet, aka aspartame, and it gives me neurological pain, and now it gives me complex migraines. So for 5 years of my life, I walked around with a cane and on painkillers and stuff, and that was a time when I was not super active on Pidgin, because dealing with pain all the day and having to work full time, blah blah blah, it sucked, right? But like the fact that I'm not in pain all the time every day, the rest of this is easy, right? Like I'm not doped up on opioids trying to make it through the day. So, you know, busting my ass to get things done and getting things accomplished and writing code and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so that's the kicker, right? The whole thing started because I turned 25 and I wanted to lazily lose some weight. So I went from Mountain Dew to Diet Mountain Dew. And when I was a kid, I used to occasionally drink a Diet Coke and be fine. And it was the Diet Mountain Dew that once I started getting some level of aspartame in my system, my body freaks out. My brain chemistry gets weird. My nerves get on fire, and that's where all the pain and everything comes from. But yeah, now, to be fair, I still have other pain because I have a genetic disorder called hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I probably won't do any, well, maybe I can do a simple demonstration on stream, but the stuff can get gross. My joints are more flexible than they should be, and they do not stay socketed, which is funny because I sit here all day and I'm generally fine. But like doing physical labor, stuff like that, that becomes a problem. But again, you know, I like doing programming. I like solving problems. I like building things. This all works out. It's all fine. Now, would I love to have had this energy back when I was 20 and this, I guess discipline's the right word, to work on Pidgin to this extent? Yeah, that would have been fucking great. Imagine where the program would have been back then, right? Because I definitely was not getting 70 commits in a month when I was 20, which is stupid because I had way more free time back then. But, you know, whatever. You live and learn and you move on, right? It is what it is. There's not much you can do about it. But a quick idea of the hypermobile stuff. I'm going to try to keep it, well, that's part of it. No, I popped that one good earlier. But that's part of the hypermobile stuff. My joints don't sit where they're supposed to, so I can pop basically anything, whatever I want. But more specifically, we'll do the simple gross one, not the really gross one that hurts. But so like if you take your arm and you bend your wrist, right? So, and if you grab your thumb and try to pull it down to your arm, most people get about here. It's hard to see exactly. Let me do it this way. Most people get about here, right? Hypermobile people will get here, or you can touch your arm with your thumb backwards. That's what I mean by hypermobile. As for how much time do I put in Pidgin each day, it varies. So I purposely stream on Mondays and Thursdays, and that's a good 4 hours each day. There's generally something going on. I'm not necessarily writing code every day, but we have a lot of our own infrastructure because we like to self-host stuff. The reasons we like to self-host stuff is we tried to get away from self-hosting years ago, and then we lost 4 hosting providers in the course of a year, which meant we just had to take all the stuff that we self-hosted and move to that stuff and then find ways to migrate it to self-hosting stuff and to go from there. You once got your thumb there because you dislocated your thumb playing footy. Whereas my thumb is still fine. I mean, it's a little sore right now, but yeah. I'm not dislocated. One of the other things that's gross with this, I can't carry anything super heavy for a long period of time one-handed. Because what'll happen is, right, I'm holding like this, and the weight starts pulling on my shoulder, and it starts separating my shoulder. And it sucks. The other crappy part is, like, if I'm reaching for something in the trunk of the car or the boot, whatever the hell you want to call it, if I stretch too far for it, I will dislocate my shoulder, or not fully, but partially dislocate it. It sucks. But yeah. Yeah, we self-host the repo, and I even wrote the hosting software. So one of the hosting providers we lost was Bitbucket because we use Mercurial for everything. And this should be the right link. So I wrote a simple hosting provider that uses HG Web. It's a bunch of glue code with Go, and it also has an HTTP or a SSH server in it. So yeah, so what's actually running this site is actually this guy. But then we also currently have a bunch of DigitalOcean droplets for stuff. No, there's no mirrors. I mean, we back everything up, and we've got backups across our NASs and stuff like that. But what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. But yeah, so anyways, like we went through, did all this. When we finally got rid of our issue tracker, I wrote this thing called utrack import, which is, did I make a top level project for this? I haven't looked at it in forever. Looks like no, I guess it's just over here. So this whole repo was a throwaway project to let us convert our issues from Edgewall track to JetBrains utrack, which we did on stream in 2020. Is apparently the last time we modified this. But utrack doesn't even support this API anymore, so this is all just throwaway legacy code to get our issues moved. Fossil, I've heard about. It's on the short list of potential replacement version control tools, but Mercurial works fine. I have no problems with Mercurial. I enjoy it a lot. I fucking despise Git, and the fact that it's become the quote-unquote default is a travesty in my opinion. And it's not a skill issue. It's this tool is broken by design because it had no design, because it was thrown together in 2 weeks by Linus Torvalds, and nobody ever fixed the fucking user interface, although they're finally starting to try to fix it. But everything is so weird and broke in weird ways because the commands that make sense can't be used because they're already used. So to actually make the real things, you got to, whatever, it's stupid, right? Like, how do you create a branch in Git? It's not git branch name, which I think that might actually work, but it doesn't work in the way you expect it to. The old way was you had to do git checkout -b, the new branch name, because let's overload the checkout command with yet another fucking function. But now the new way is git switch -- create branch name, because that is somehow easy and makes sense. It's so fucking stupid. I don't even know that Git was great for the kernel. But like back when Git got announced in 05 and 06, right? Like I was at like the Google Summer Code Mentor Summits in 06, 07, 08, and 09, I think. I heard so many fucking idiots go, if Git's good enough for the kernel, it's good enough for my project. And I'm just like, you have like 3 contributors? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus IQ Christ, I like that. That's a good one. You see the old Casey Maturi April Fool's video on Git? No, I haven't. Or at least I don't know it by its name anyway. Like, Git in general just does so many things weirdly. It's... I don't know. It's just... The thing is, the UIs don't work for me. Because I am on a shit ton of machines all the time. Right? SSH in here, there, wherever, blah, blah, blah. So, like, for me to use a different AI rather than just install the package, I have to install the thing. And then this is another reason why I don't have dot files and don't do that stuff. Because, okay, like, for example, I have a desk here, I have a desk in the living room, I have a workbench downstairs. I have 4 laptops. This is why I prefer defaults. Or very, very minimal setup, right? Because all of a sudden you're just like, oh, this sucks, right? This is garbage, right? So like here, even for Pidgin, right? Or we just do it this way, right? So our build agents for Pidgin, we currently have 10 that are active. I have a Reaper 11, a Reaper 9, and a Reaper 13 that aren't actually wired up and working yet. But yeah, let's go. And like, these are all managed via Ansible. So I could, thank you, Notefish, for the 4 months. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. How are you? And like, these are all managed via Ansible. So I can go ahead and install packages and stuff like that, right? But now there's these 13 machines that have to deal with all this stuff. And then, and you'll see there's different platforms, Linux, BSD. This is actually FreeBSD, OpenBSD, Mac, Windows. This is RISC-V. This is FreeBSD again. Reaper 13 is NetBSD. And Reaper 11 is Haiku. No, Reaper 9 is Haiku. Reaper 11 is NetBSD. Oh, and then 13 is Open Indiana, right? All these things have different package managers. So like that means I have to write Ansible to figure out the package name, dependencies, all this stuff for all this crap, and it's additional load along, and it sucks. It's stupid. So, oh sorry, I should have said yeah. You can go ahead and link. I don't bother doing link banning because if people are gonna break it, I'm just gonna ban them. Right? So, introduction to Git. Have you guys seen the Git man page generator? It just randomly generates a man page each time. Git mentors shallow repository. Recklessly mentors non-cloned remote shallow repositories to alternative rev parsed unreachable objects. Yep, sounds about right. Identify stage. Yeah. So they started renaming the stage to the cache. Fucking great. Now you've just made things even more confusing for something that doesn't make sense to exist in the first place. And all the stage ends up doing is making everybody do interactive commits, which then means they haven't actually tested their code before they commit it. Because they can't test it in the commit namespace because they have all the extra changes still on disks in their working copy as they're running their tests. It's so just, ugh. Oh, we're in an ad right now too. But just like the mental gymnastics and cognitive dissonance that people who love Git jump through are just mind-boggling. It just absolutely blows my mind. And let's not even talk about, well, you need to squash and rebase so that you have a bisectable tree. What, bro? Do you even know that you have external dependencies? Like the operating system? Yeah, it's just always bisectable. Oh my God. So, just a recap from the ad break. I was talking about how people get crazy with Git bisectability which is nonsense because they think that just because everything's in Git, that it means that they have a complete snapshot of their development environment and that they can that bisect will never fail unless there's a bug, which is just not true. Something could change in your operating system. Your disk could be failing. Your memory could be bad. A version of a tool you depend on that's in your distro has removed a command line argument, has changed the way it's handled, right? There's all sorts of bullshit here. And they go through all these hoops to try to justify having a flat commit history. And it's just like, you're spinning your wheels for no reason. Wait till they squash the yeah, and then they squash the shit out of the repo too. And it's just like, yeah, this is why I say Git is not a version control tool. It's not. Version control tools keep track of every single revision, every version. Git does not. Git throws them away fucking constantly. Now, Git seems to be a very good, what's the word? It starts with a C. A very good tool for people to work together with, right? I can't think of the right word. But like, it's just garbage, right? So like, I know Jiu-Jitsu is finally picking up some of the Mercurial ideas and stuff, but like here, so if I hglog, here's every change I made to this commit when I amended it, right? This is the first commit. This got obsoleted and I replaced it with this one. I think I can look at the diff of this, maybe not. But Mercurial keeps track of the revisions so that as long as a commit is in a draft state, it'll let you rewrite these and whatever. And if it gets pushed to a non-publishing remote, anybody can pull this and they can just do a pull without a forced pull or push, and it'll just figure it out and do the right thing. Collaboration tool. Yes. Thank you, Robot J. Sometimes words are very hard. Compost heap. I like that one too. That's a good one too. But yeah, so it's, yeah, just, I don't know. It's just, the whole thing I heard about them renaming the stage too. And it's just like, and like, I think people might use the stage less if stashing wasn't such a pain in the ass. And I know you're like, stashing, that's easy. You just git stash and git stash pop. Right? But there's also git stash apply. And I don't know, for whatever reason, my brain wants to think that apply is the right one and that pop is not the right one. But yeah. To the cache. They're renaming it cache. So like git stat. Ignore scheduled, ignored. Oh, I wanted diff, not stat. All right, maybe it's okay. Okay, no, it was cached, but they thought they were renaming this to something. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I was hoping it would make sense and be in here like, hey, don't use this anymore, use this. But like, you know, it's get diff dash dash cached, even though great credential cat. Okay, hold on. Like, you can't even find the damn right result. All right, maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. I don't remember the details. But I swore somebody was saying they're switching or whatever, right? But like, there's git switch now for switching between branches, and detached heads is a whole fucking stupid thing too. Just, yeah. I mean, it's not even just diff, right? There was some, I don't remember the details. And it was like some blog post I read months ago. Or I don't know, maybe it was 3 days ago and it feels like 10 months ago. I don't know. But there's just, I don't know. So like, I was talking about I was talking about stash, right? In Mercurial, you shelf changes and then you unshelf them, right? That's literally the commands. Shelf, save and set aside changes from the working directory. Unshelf, restore shelf change to the working directory. What? A version control tool that makes sense? What? I think the biggest problem with Git, in my opinion, is for whatever reason, people seem to think that Git is like the one and only version control, and like that, like it's taking like brand recognition, right? For like Kleenex or Band-Aid or something, right? Like you don't call it a facial tissue, you call it a Kleenex, right? And that's what everyone just like OS tree is Git for operating systems, and it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, from marketing, sure, but yeah. Did SVN get shelved? That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we used to just write patch files out and then reapply them, but yeah. Meggers, you don't want stash apply. Stash apply will leave the stash in the ref log. You want to use stash pop to apply and remove it from the ref log. This is part of the problem with it, man. Remove a single stash state from the stash list and apply it on top of the current working directory tree state. This is HG on shelf. Apply like pop, but do not remove it from the stash list. So now you just have a shit of these around and they're sitting in your ref log and it's just a pain in the ass, right? This is exactly part of the problem with it. You use git stash apply when you want to take a stash to change and apply it to multiple branches, right? So you apply, then on the last one you pop it. Or you remove it or whatever, remove it manually. If a shelf change is applied successfully, the bundle that contains the shelf changes is moved to a backup location. If that's the case, then I should have an ass ton of these. Or I just turn them off. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. I never end up using these. But they're not... These might... No. No. These are all different ones. There should be more than that, but whatever. These are the actual things I have stashed right now, which you can tell 6 months ago, 2 months ago, 5 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, 6 days ago. But yeah. Does dev seem not to respect older tech, maybe? I don't know. Or they're just... We've talked about this before here a bit, but like, programmers get to a certain level of arrogance. Like, I don't know, like as like the peak of like they start learning stuff, they get more and more arrogant until they realize that, oh, I don't actually know shit. This is why you try to stick to using the minimal viable feature set for Git. Yeah, exactly, right? That's my point. Is you have the hardcores that want to know every single feature and like just master it for whatever reason, which is fine. But like the vast majority of users do not give a shit and they're just trying to do things because somebody said they need to do things this way. And like you don't need Git for that. There's lots of other stuff that's better for that. That stash 3 days worth of work and instead of applying, dropped the stash. Yeah, I mean that's a problem too. But a tortoise SVN got shelving. Yeah, I mean shelving in general, like I said, we used to do it manually, right? You would just CVS patch or CVS diff greater than file name dot patch, right? Then CVS checkout blah. Then when you wanted it back, patch minus P1, whatever blah. There you go, and you're good to go, right? This is why a lot of the times you'll see me fall back to patch and diff, because it's just, they're there, they work, they don't do anything weird. You don't end up with extra copies laying around for a long time. It's, yeah. Not dev yourself, not professional anyway, that's fine. But the arrogance from devs is in different, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily say it's their age, but it's definitely their experience. And I mean, to one extent, it's kind of expected, right? When you go and start creating stuff and just building things from your brain and, you know, typing things onto a magic keyboard and they magically work, you start to get some unjustified ego there, right? And maybe it's not even completely unjustified, right? But the problem is people don't tend to, like, I don't know. It's like, there's that meme that goes around all the time. It's like, it's something like, you know, me using the command line at home, no big deal, whatever. But in front of non-technical people, I am hacker man or whatever, right? And I got like sunglasses on and whatever. And it's just like, it's just a tool, man, just to get stuff done. Like, I don't know. It's so silly. So silly. For sure, his experience in the position they're in, yeah. You work with more experienced devs that are already humbled by the fact that they know there's so much to know. Yeah, exactly. Right. But you know, even then I've met quite a few mid and senior devs where you're just like, dude, you should have been what's the right word here? You should be feeling a lot more modest by now. I don't know what word I'm trying to think of to describe that, but yeah. It's nuts. Experience is mostly devs who never had multiple jobs experience in different techs. Small schooled folks tend to be arrogant for no reason. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, a big part of it is, from my opinion, right? This is just anecdotal, whatever. A lot of nerds didn't get like a lot of praise for the things they did and stuff, right? Or they just, you know, didn't. I don't even want to say praise, right? Me even growing up and stuff, right? I used to get bullied and shit all the time because I was different. I'm not like normal people. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Scoped. Okay, cool. Right. Like, I mean, I played sports and stuff. I wasn't great, but you know, whatever. But like, I don't know. I just didn't like the things most other people like for whatever reason. Right. But like, I was really, really, really big into video games as a kid. And I mean, not so much anymore, which is ironic, but I used to get shit for that all the time. And like, so like, end of primary school or 8th grade, we like the teachers would have us do like predictions for the class and stuff, and like the vast majority of people were like, Gary's gonna have a video game TV show and blah blah blah, which is funny that I now stream on Twitch, but whatever. Right. And just like stuff like that, where it's like you made things very weird like that and like pointing out those differences and stuff. And like it didn't matter, right? So like anything I did was highly criticized by my peers. For better or worse, right? I hope kids don't go through this shit anymore. I don't know. I'm too fucking old to know, and I don't have kids and I don't want kids. But it's just that all that shit is just stupid, right? And like I said, I used to get shit for playing too many video games, and then it was I was a nerd because I was into computers and stuff, and blah blah blah, right? So like you're constantly getting negged, basically, right? So when you finally like get some power and can show your potential, it just completely inverts, and your ego just goes nuts, right? Because that's my theory, right? Is because you know you've been negged and everything for so long. You're finally like, well, I can do this and you can't do that and blah, 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 right? And it's just like, we're all a product of our environments, right? For better or worse. And some people need adjustments. Again, for better or worse. And it's just, it's silly, but that's the world. I'm trying to think of one specific example, and I don't remember how it started. And this was 30 some odd years ago. What actually happened here? We were at basketball practice or something, and which was after school. It was like 7 o'clock. And after school, I had an eye doctor appointment, and they had to dilate my eyes. So I went from school to the eye doctor, then to basketball practice. Something happened in back to basketball practice. I don't remember what it was, but I was upset and I was getting mad and I was trying to change, and people were just egging me on, whatever. So I just started trying to push people away behind me and stuff. And it happens, I had one of my classmates' little brother was there, and I happened to push him, not looking, not trying to hurt anyone, just trying to get people to leave me the fuck alone, right? So he comes over there, punches me in the stomach, at least once. I don't know how many more, but I've got the eye dilation shit in my eyes. I was like 5th grade, 6th grade. You get punched in the stomach, you're bound to shed a tear or two, or maybe just full up cry. I don't remember which one I did, again, 30 plus years ago. So then for the next month or so, it was, what the fuck's up with your eyes? Blah, blah, blah. Why is there yellow shit come out of your eyes? And you're just like, like the perfect shitstorm of stupid shit that then kids just used to go on and on and on about, right? So again, one of the reasons why you guys will see me jump on people immediately and not tolerate shit is to avoid that stuff, because I am a product of my environment as well. I used to take too much shit from people. Now I don't. I don't take any shit from anybody because of that kind of shit. It wasn't until high school until I started standing up for myself. And I'd been in multiple fights in grade school and shit, but I never had to throw fist and, oh no, I had to throw fist once in high school. And that was the last time. But I've gotten jumped by 5 people at a time because I made an offhand comment about, we were out riding bikes freshman year of high school, and everybody, like, I got there and everybody just ran away the second I got there. And I was like, I should kick your guys' asses. So the next day they all jumped me. 6 people on one. People suck, man, right? And when you have, now this isn't like sob story, whatever stuff. This is just background, right? So when I started programming and getting good at programming, my arrogance level went way up, right? Because, hey, nobody can stop me from doing this. I'm doing things, I'm building things that people can't do, right? And it took a long time for me to get modest about it. Or, what is the fucking word? It's not modest. I mean, modesty is part of it, but, whatever. It took a long time for me to not be a dick about it. Humble, yes. Took a long time for me to get humble about it. Thank you, Ted. That's 2 of them you gotten for me, I think. And now it's like, oh, I was wrong about something. Who fucking cares, right? It's like, great, let's fix it and move on. But there's a stupid story I remember early in the game days. There was when I started contributing, I was like, I'm going to become a full dev, blah, blah, blah. And I saw somebody else starting to get more attention, getting more praise than I was getting. And I started becoming a total fucking dick to them. And I didn't realize it until a while, right? But it's that fucking arrogant shit, right? It's just, you start, like, you've got to calibrate how to respond to things, right? And that's where a lot of it comes in. And a lot of these inexperienced developers and just people inexperienced in general, right? They don't have that practice yet. And it's something you have to remember, but that doesn't mean you should also put up with their shit all the time either. Kids are indeed monsters. So I enjoy putting the worst ones in their place. You're in education, the spoiled ones. Nice. Yeah, my mom was a teacher for like 20 years, and then she did mentoring of teachers in the public schools. And yeah, schools are a nightmare for a number of reasons, especially public schools. Everything gets politicized and all sorts of other stuff, and kids don't necessarily have the best home lives and stuff like that. And you know, it's a whole thing you got to look at and deal with. But it's, yeah, really here to learn and help. Well, I appreciate it, Ted. You got lucky that freshman year at university, you were in a class with kids who had been programming for years. Didn't need to be humbled because I started at the bottom of the class. Yeah. So like, I've said on here before, I started programming when I was 12. I had no fucking idea what I was doing. And I didn't make a big deal out of it or anything, but I had these ideas that I could do anything, right? And all I really was doing when I was 12 was, like I said, my mom was a teacher with the public schools. And in her classroom, she had an Apple IIe. And during the summer, the schools would let the teachers take the computers home because it's better than them sitting there in the classrooms doing nothing and possibly being stolen, right? And then the teachers would have time during the summer to learn it and stuff, potentially, right? Turned out I learned how to program from it because my mom had a basic programming book from when she went to college. But then, so like 8th grade year or something in grade school, this would have been 96. Like, I brought in one of the games I typed in on a floppy disk, and of course everyone gave me shit for bragging about being a programmer. Because that was a big thing. I used to be called a big bragger because I used to talk about things I did. Because guess what? I'm a maker. I build shit all the fucking time. And I want to tell people about it because it's interesting to me, right? And that's one of the other reasons why I'm kind of a dark horse now. I don't promote stuff as much as I used to because, you know, again, environment and whatever. But yeah. Where's it going with that? Oh, but yeah. So anyways, I started programming with that kind of stuff and that, you know, just built it over time. But like the thing that really humbled me with programming. So I started working on Game, which is now Pidgin, in 2003. I graduated high school in the year 2000, already a pretty capable programmer, but still a lot to learn, right? But I was adamant about not going to school because I knew everything I needed to, and somebody should just hire me because I'm smart enough to get shit done. That's that arrogance, right? So I started working on Pidgin in 2003. And then within a year or something, I got developer status, or maybe it was Crazy Patch Writer. I got to look back. I want to actually put this into a history timeline thing at some point. But on my 22nd birthday, which would have been 2004, I was sitting in this exact location, different desk. This was my house from grade school to I moved out in my mid-20s or something. But, you know, now it's my house. My parents moved out years ago. But this has been my nexus of open source. Almost all my open source contributions have happened with me sitting literally right here. But anyways, so I'm sitting here on my 22nd birthday going, if I had gone to college after high school and actually gotten that fucking piece of paper, I would not be working as an assistant chef in a bar, making shitty food and hating everything about it. Then I ended up enrolling at ITT Tech, which is a whole other story, but I got a job before I finished there. So, right, that was one of my big moments of being humbled right there. So, Intricate says, I started programming when I was almost 30. I still can't program. Thank you for your attention to this matter. As I tell everybody, right, we're all on our own journeys. If you're having fun doing it, that's all that matters, right? I mean, if you're trying to pay the bills for it, cool. You're going to have to try a little harder, right? But if you're having fun doing it, it's fine. Right? Doesn't matter. And this gets back to that whole thing about, well, HTML isn't programming. Bitch, are you writing code? Yes. And then you're a fucking coder. Like, it's not that hard. Quit being a gatekeeping piece of shit. Ted says, I got the practice, but I have a lower tolerance for people doing stupid things. Yeah. Try to avoid calling people stupid even when they are, because I remember getting called names growing up, so I do my best not to do that. Yeah, fair, right? I'm a lot more tolerant of code contributions than I would be for code that I write, which is silly, but it's fine, right? Because of that reason too. But if people are being obnoxious to me and being a pain in the ass with stuff, I have no problem telling them that's the case. And he said, try. You feel, yeah. Well, here's the thing, Ted. The thing I always tell new programmers is you have to be okay with failing. Because you are going to fail 1,000 or 999 times out of 1,000. But each one of those failures is a lesson to learn what mistakes you made and how to avoid it in the future. And the only way you get to be a good programmer is by getting that number from 1,000 to trillions, if not higher. Yeah, product of environment. Yeah. You started when you were 12 too. That's how you knew you would never do this for a living. Fair. See, my thing was we wanted to make video games. And in the 90s, learning how to build video games was, well, there wasn't Twitch to watch other people do it. The books for like 3D programming were like, here's how you do matrix multiplication. Good luck. right? Like Direct 3D was brand new. It was a nightmare. So yeah. Ivanhoe says, I wish I got into programming earlier than in your 20s. They recently made Doom and CSS. If that's not programming, I don't know what is. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I mean, again, you know, wishing you did something different earlier. I mean, okay. Always got to remember the decisions you made, the past you made is how you got to where you are now. Right. Maybe a shortcut would have made sense. Maybe it would have caused a whole bunch of other issues. You'll never know. Right. So. Mike, I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. Do I say it as Mike? Mike or Mikey Russian? Let's go with that. Got to be cool with failing as a great developer because users are just be dumb. I mean, it's not even about users being dumb, right? Earlier we were talking about, as we were going through the pull requests and stuff, or as we were building the changelog, I made the comment that, you know, we removed all of the old logging API, all of the logging API. And even though we had a summer code student do it, who would come in and watch the streams and stuff, right? The failure, or the reason that code got deleted was not because that student wrote bad code. It's because I gave them a bad design. Mike is good? Cool. Okay, Mike in Japanese. Okay, I don't know. I saw RUSAN and somehow went Russian with it. But the thing too, like I was saying, right? Like people's failures aren't like there's no one reason for something to fail. There's usually not one reason for something to fail. It's usually a cumulative effect of things, and sitting here going, oh, well, I wish I would have done this better. I could have done this. All right. Like, cool. Like, I understand that. You've got to do that. You've got to accept that. That's how you move on. That's how you grow. But you don't want to sit there and wallow in it, right? Like, so for this, the history API stuff, we need to get it solved. But keeping the old code around was holding us back. So we deleted it. We don't have the feature. When we sit down and redesign it, we'll go over that approach and hopefully it'll work this time, but who knows? You don't program much. That advice applies to everything in life. Yes, exactly, Ted. Exactly. Like, so when I was at ITT Tech, which is, I was Macaulay, or Macaulay, sorry. McCall, there we go. I had to think real hard how to say it. What was I saying? Oh, so when I was at ITT Tech or college, whatever, I mean, it was a clown college. I shouldn't have ended up there. But again, like I said, I wish I hadn't gone there. I wish I'd gone to like an actual technical school. I couldn't afford it when I got out of high school. I would have needed grants, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I ended up going to ITT Tech, ended up racking up a ton of debt for it. But while I was there, so like I said, before I went to school, I was working in a bar as an assistant chef. I was able to leave that job because the school was willing to pay me to tutor my classmates. Because at this point, I was already a game developer for GAIM, not video games. Game as in game became that, which became Pidgin. And, you know, I was a pain in my teacher's asses too, because arrogance. But there's multiple of my classmates that would break down and cry because they weren't understanding the programming stuff. And you just I have to keep reminding them, programming is hard, right? Like, think of programming as, like, when you're thinking about programming, think about like a baking recipe and how, like, if you don't have the right ingredients or you don't understand what it means to fold something in versus mix it or stir it, you're going to get a different consistency. You're going to get a different output, right? Programming is like that, but with a million different variables or a million more different variables. So like, it's going to take time and you're going to fail and you're going to feel really dumb, but that's okay because programming is hard. If programming were easy, everybody would do it and it wouldn't be a high paying job, right? It's just, yeah. Programming spaghetti is a thing. Yes, this is very true. Yeah, whatever you do, you could have done differently. Yeah, there's a million different ways. Pastries are fucking chemistry, and it's probably the hardest part of cooking. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's so many little things there. Just, yeah. Remember when you could get a job for programming? Yeah, I'm actually currently looking. You might see the bot saying. So if anybody has openings, please, by all means, get in touch. That said, I guess I'll tell this story. So a friend of mine has been looking for work for a long time. Thankfully, he finally got an offer and he accepted it. I don't know when he starts, but it's soon. But he had an interview set up with someone else, and I was like, oh, that sounds like an interesting job. I could do whatever, blah, blah, blah. So he gave me the recruiter's info, told the recruiter I'd be messaging him. Recruiter responded instantly to him. I go through the company's job postings. I see 2 jobs that I'm more than qualified for. I just found out they're cutting my hours at work, and I need to figure something out. That's why you'll see the bot posting. It's because I need to find some hours, some contracts, something. So anyways, during that day I was updating my resume, shit like that, blah blah blah. I finally sent it to him. This is on a Monday. He doesn't respond. Thursday, or somehow in the meanwhile, I add that recruiter on LinkedIn. He doesn't respond, doesn't say anything to me. Finally on Thursday, I ping him on LinkedIn and go, hey, I just wanted to follow up, blah blah blah. And he goes, oh, okay, yeah, blah blah blah, I'll respond to you via email. 2 hours later, he responds to me in LinkedIn and goes, oh, just did a quick look at your resume, and a lot of my clients won't give somebody a senior title if they don't have a bachelor's degree. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I have 20 years of industry experience, and you're going to tell me you can't, like, your clients aren't going to give me, like, they're going to have to make a special case to give me a senior title because I don't have a bachelor's degree from over 20 years ago? What the fuck, right? So anyways, that recruiter has not responded to me. That was last week, Thursday. No, that was 2 weeks ago from Thursday. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, well, it's like, if he responds to me, I'm going to respond to him and be like, part of being a senior developer is knowing when something is a lost cause and that you need to can't think of the right word, reevaluate everything and determine which way to go. Because of that, I will not be using you as a recruiter. It's like, Jesus, man. Yeah, beyond a PhD and equivalent experience. Yeah, exactly, Vartan. Exactly. But, oh, I can't get a senior title because I don't have a bachelor's degree from 20 years ago in tech, which is famously known for changing constantly because that bachelor's degree is going to make so much sense. Also, how's it going, Codephobia? How have you been? I haven't seen you in a long time. Hopefully you're doing well. Are you streaming again, or are you just chilling out? Not to put you on the spot or anything. But yeah, it's just, it blows my mind that there are still companies out there that are like, gotta have that degree. Like, what fucking good does this degree do me? Like PhDs for 3 fields? Nah, just hanging. Cool, yeah. Not great for devs with all the AI nonsense. Yeah, I mean, you know, the sloperators are strong, but I don't know. It's not like I have a history of, you know, rehabbing broken and unmaintainable code bases. That's definitely not going to be a required job skill in the next couple of years. You work with folks with no degrees that are brilliant. The paper doesn't make the dev. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, another thing people ask me all the time in the stream here is university worth it, or college, or whatever you want to call it, right? And my answer to them is generally, it depends on how you learn, right? Because at the end of the day, if you can prove you know your stuff, you'll find a job. Well, at least you would before this current batch of shit, but right? So like, if you're better in the university settings, then by all means, go to the university, right? Like, you're going to rack up a lot of debt, but you're going to have a piece of paper people will trust generally, and you should have learned everything, right? Whereas you can also go the approach of a boot camp or something, but they're going to stress you through everything. So good luck. Like, if you thrive in high stress environments and are going to remember stuff, cool, that'll work. You'll save some money, but it's going to be a bit more expensive. Otherwise, tech schools are always an option, right? Tech schools are great. People, we're talking about kids being shitty before too. I think they're still a thing. I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody that's been to a boot camp in a while. But like tech schools are great, but like the actual like my rule of thumb for schools is if they advertise outside of sporting events for their school and or on late night TV, do not enroll. It's bad. They don't care. They're going to fuck you up. Right. But like here in Milwaukee, we have Milwaukee Area Technical College, MATC. MATC has a great program where you will do an associate's degree at MATC for programming. And so you get in cheaply, right? You get to the tech school, you pay the tech school prices, you're just doing the programming stuff. And if you decide this is something you want to finish and you want to go ahead and get a bachelor's degree in, part of this program will let you move to the University of Milwaukee, turn that associate's degree into a bachelor's degree, and give you all of your general ed stuff and everything, and keep all of your credits. Yeah, and that's huge, right? That is absolutely huge. Because one of the other problems with programming is people, again, get involved in it because they think, oh, it's high-paying jobs, there's lots of jobs, blah, 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 blah. And then they get into it and they fucking hate it, right? So, like, and that's fine, right? Like, I'm not trying to say programming's for everyone. You know, certain people like it, certain people don't, whatever, it's fine. But, like, the whole thing, the whole way, at least the U.S. is set up where, like, you have to know what major you want, and if you pick the wrong one, well, sorry, you just spent a bunch of money on something you're not going to use, is fucking bullshit, right? Which is another reason why I try to tell people to go to a tech college or take an online class, right? There's Udacity, there's a bunch of, tutorials out there, how to learn how to program, how to do all this other stuff. And those are great, right? Those are great for getting an idea of if you actually like to do this. Because there's nothing like spending thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on something just to find out you fucking hate it, right? That's no place anybody wants to be in. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, boot camps are definitely bigger pre-pandemic. And we got an ad coming in 5 minutes. I already snoozed it 3 times. But yeah, becoming AI boot camps, I can definitely see that becoming a thing. You're the IT director at your company and have been since 19. Around that time, for shits and giggles, you sent your resume off to see what options were out there and got the same BS for not having a bachelor's degree or higher in any IT field. You've got 35 plus years experience and they couldn't do shit for me. Yeah, it's ridiculous. They just use it as a way to gatekeep people, and none of it makes any sense because the degree is an experience, right? Anybody who has 2 years of actual experience, and I'm just picking 2 years randomly, I will pick over a bachelor's degree any day of the week because they've actually been in the field and had to deal with stuff and see how things actually work. The world flip, 90s and 2000s had a degree or cert, thrown in the fray and found out you didn't know shit. Get someone with experience and they could hit the ground running. Yeah, exactly. And before pandemic, nice. I'm searching for boot camp on YouTube. You would get the marketing videos from actual boot camps. Now our videos like, are boot camps worth it? The old videos just disappeared. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me either. Work with a CS grad who doesn't know any assembly. You can get a CS degree without learning how a computer works now. To be fair, I know the basics of assembly. I don't know assembly algorithms. And so like, I used to play TIS 100, which is that assembly programming game, and they would just whip my ass because I'm trying to figure out how to make this shit work because I never took an assembly class. Just like anything, love your job and you'll never work a day again. Ish, yeah. Or, love your side gig and work jobs that are because they pay the bills so you can work on your side gig. Yeah, people forget about books, that's for sure. I mean, the electronic games can be fun, but like, if I want to do Leet Code, I'll just do Leet Code. And guess what? I don't want to do Leet Code. Right? So it's just, I don't know. It's silly. It sucks. It is what it is. I just wish we could find a way to actually fund Pidgin so I could just do this full time. Because I'm already basically doing this full time. I just have to do other stuff so that I can do this full time. Because That's how it works. All right. Did I actually? We're in a media blackout, so I gotta keep this out here for a second. You can teach yourself assembly. I got no reason to learn assembly. Like, learning assembly at this point doesn't actually do me any good. Okay, we did start this. Oh no, this was this. I'm gonna discard this edit. This is just going to I didn't actually delete the post, did it? No, good. Okay. Oh, but I do want to go in and edit. Son of a bitch. Like, there's no reason for me to learn assembly at this point. It doesn't do me any good. Like, maybe if I need to learn how to program a bootloader for some embedded system, okay, cool. But like, right now, it doesn't do any good for me. Still all your books, refuse to get rid of them. Stairs at Novell Network 3.12, 4.x, and 5.x sysadmin books. Nice. I dropped off a lot of my books at Goodwill. I did not need X11 R6 programming anymore. But yeah. Cross your fingers and get a big boost in generous backward Discord falling out of favor. Yeah. Oh, then I'll get one. I mean, Discord, we'll see. But, yeah. And yeah, no, R10, I appreciate it. Just, yeah, I just, like, I love that people are able to jump around and have different things and stuff to do. I need to get Pidgin done. I need to get Pidgin 3 done and out the door. So like, I don't have toy projects. I don't have fun projects. I have Pidgin, which needs to be done. So yeah. No, Vartan, I don't have to give a shit about the windowing environment, right? I use GTK, so I don't have to care. Because why would I want to do that? At one point in time, I was looking at writing my own window manager, and then I came to my senses. And just like, do I really want to maintain a window manager? And the answer is unequivocally no. Just like, I'm good. Pidgin 3 alpha 1 2.95.0 as and released. We'll have to verify the URL here, but that should be right. The side project becomes the job, the dream-ish. Yeah, fair. And yeah, luckily for Wayland stuff, I haven't had to look at look at it like at all, which is great because yeah, from what I hear, there are a number of issues with it, and like generating a bunch of code out of XML files for all the protocols and stuff. I mean, sure, but also why? It's just it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I guess, why not? Sure. But yeah. Oh, we should update this URL. This URL changed. They redirected it, so let's not have everybody do this. Also, we're in an ad. I can't snooze anymore, so sorry. Or it's about to start. Actually, what we're going to do, I'm going to go pee and get water. I will be right back. All right, sorry, I grabbed a snack too. MSN, ICQ, etc. Yep. You probably don't know this. So we created a repository called Retro Purple, which has all of our old protocols because of things like MSN escargot, Open Oscar server, and do we mention these in here? Yeah. Oh, we should change this. Retro AIM server is now Open Oscar server. Let's just do that real quick. But yeah, so like you can run your own Oscar server now, and if you want to use Pidgin 2.14.14, you can use that. If you're on Linux, you can just install the Flatpak. It has everything for it. I mean, you can ask about AI. I don't know why you asked to ask when you just asked, but sure. Seems like the only way it's good is if you let it cycle on itself, and it's not very reliable if it's working with live prod data. I don't know. AI doesn't do me any good. AI needs to be trained on things that exist, and it works on things that exist. Pidgin doesn't have a counterpart that already exists. Therefore, it doesn't really work for me. Right? Like, there's been some people that have vibe coded some Pidgin 2 protocol plugins, and code quality aside, they're able to do that because there's existing work for it, right? There's a bunch of existing Purple 2 protocol plugins, and then there's some implementation of the protocol they want to do. We're building Purple 3. It's very different than Purple 2. There is no other Purple 3 out there. We are building protocol plugins for stuff like Zulip and stuff that have other implementations out there, but not in C, not right. So like there's nothing that an AI can do for me because nobody has done the things for the AI to train on that would actually help me. So that's a long version of saying I can't answer your question because AI is useless to me. Yeah, there's the comment, right? If your workplace is hiring, please let me know. You know, with how quickly it changes nuts. So, about 24 hours ago, I created a new domain with a new website. In less than 12 hours, Claude found it. I had started putting links out there and stuff, but Claude had already found it at that point, which is fucking insane. That just shows you how much fucking resources they're putting into this shit. That it is nuts. Everyone's hyping it so much, though, even objectively very smart people. Don't worry about it, right? AI is getting... Okay, you know what else got super hyped in the last decade? NFTs, cryptocurrency, Labubu's. Whatever. Take your choice, right? How many of those things are still around? Blockchain. How many of those things are still around? How many of those things are still hyped? The answer is none of them. AI bubble is just another bubble. You need no sense of the project. Do you read other people's code for your project or do it? Huh? Like, I've been working... DivCan code. I've been working on this repository, on this project for 23 years. I hit docs when I need to. But I know what I need to build and I build it. If I need an example of something specific for a library or something I'm using, sure, I'll go look at the docs. But always, I don't understand your question. Codephobia says, I can use it for work and do in hours what took days, but it took a village to get there. So don't feel behind when you can't compete with the team. You couldn't before, why try now? I mean, Codephobia, I'm guessing that's based on the language and what you're actually building. But like, how many people are building video games with AI? Or with using Claude or something to build a whole fucking video game, right? You're having people dedicated to it? Okay. But, and I'm not saying that there's not uses and stuff like that. I mean, sure. I mean, but like, is it worth all the cost and effort of everything that we've put into this shit? I don't think it is. Oh, where was the, oh, that was in the Discord post. I think he does it that way. Oh, that's not one. You think you've been through one such thing with the Go game? When AlphaGo beat... You see it all, everyone was like, solved game, excited, but the tournaments are still ongoing. People are still gotta go to learn from... Oh, yeah, you're talking about Go, the stone game, whatever. I don't know what else to call it. Board game. Board games, like, Go's been around so long, calling it a board game sounds derogatory. Right. Like, it commands more respect than that. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, people are always super eager to jump on like, oh, well, this is done. This is over, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, just chill out, man, right? It's like the people with Rust. Like, C is a legacy language now. Rust is a supreme commander language. The only thing is, fuck off. Right? Like, all right, even if it does become the majority, the language that the majority of a Unix operating system is written in, cool. C's still not going anywhere. There's way too, it's like, yeah, okay. Java was supposed to kill COBOL. How'd that go? Well, yeah, COBOL's still here. Right? Some people advises that read other people's... Div can't code. The thing about programming is you get better by experience. Build stuff. And don't just like follow, don't just copy code, don't just do whatever. Expand on it. Try to add new features. Actually learn from it. Don't just copy paste. Don't become an AI. Like, grab the code, modify it, make it do new things, learn how it works and how you do that. That's how you become a better programmer, is by practice, just like everything else. Like, you become good at reading by reading a lot. You become good at driving by driving a lot, right? Same deal. COBOL, the highest paying gig still? Yep. Banks are... Mike, you haven't seen the stuff where, like, they're trying to train AIs to do COBOL because they can't find enough COBOL programmers to maintain these systems? Yeah, Codephobia. I figured it's autocorrect or something. Or, you know, finger autocorrect. So my roommate was standing here the other day. I was typing something that I was dictating at the same time. So I was describing it to her as I was typing it. She's like, you literally said the word and didn't type it. I went, signal degradation, right? From here to here, it got lost. I don't know what to tell you. You haven't heard that? Yeah. Like, there's somebody out there trying to build some AI to replace COBOL developers because they can't find COBOL developers. So, yeah, and that's the other problem, right? Similar to the Pidgin stuff and people that are building new things, the AI has nothing to train off of. It cannot help you. Well, yeah, I don't know, but sure, there's plenty of machines that are internet accessible, but they're also maybe not directly either, right? So I don't know if this is still the case, but one of the big healthcare providers in the USA, which I know healthcare providers, what are these? They're fucking shitty pieces of garbage. One of the big ones, United Healthcare, still runs on big AS400 mainframes running COBOL. And I know this, well, okay, I knew this 10 years ago, but I couldn't reuse the same username I had at a previous employer. I had to create a new username because that username was tied to all this other stuff. And even though it was tied to my social security number, how we identify people in the USA, I couldn't reuse that number because they never accounted for people switching and moving to different companies. And they never updated the code to fucking do it. And then there was another one where like a username couldn't be longer than 8 characters or something, and some other weird shit that was definitely just old legacy fucking COBOL code. And you're just like, oh, okay. But anyways, my point is saying that that was all accessible from their web portal and stuff like that. So, you know, you're not like directly connecting to the machine, but the machine you're talking to is talking to the machine. No COBOL on GitHub for low-hanging fruit, sure. Right, because anybody who's writing COBOL is getting paid an ass ton of money, and they do not want to lose that, and they have NDAs and, you know, proprietary license shit, so they can't put it on GitHub. And there are also people, and this is totally fine too, there are programmers out there, and this should be acceptable, but for whatever reason it's not. We've decided as an industry it's not. People don't need to, professional programmers, they don't need to program when they're at home. They don't need to have side projects. They can fuck off and go knit a sweater, read a book, garden, do woodworking, who cares? Right? It's their personal time. Let them do what they want. You play pool. Cool, right? Have hobbies outside of programming. Don't be me. But even then, like I at least garden, but I have a guitar I've had guitars since I was a teenager. I don't even play every quarter, right? I will go months without playing. And like, I don't even remember how to play any fucking songs anymore. That's how infrequently I play. Because I spend all my time working a fucking Pidgin. You keep a guitar in hand for gas, nice. There's a company called Rails and Renaud's. Their DMS, dealer management system, still uses COBOL. Yeah, there's tons of COBOL out there, right? Like I said, Java was supposed to replace COBOL and C++. It didn't. It just fragmented the market, right? These people that like to talk about superiority of stuff really like to talk about how things get fragmented. And how there should only be one way, blah, blah, blah. The whole thing sounds fucking... what's the word? Sounds like gender purist bullshit, whatever, right? Not gender, gene purist, whatever. I can't think of the fucking right term, but it's gross, right? What the hell is that damn word? Whatever. People worried about like gender purity and stuff, right? Oh, there needs to be one clear winner, or like getting back to the whole get thing. People are like, well, get one. You need to get with the picture. Really? When was the award ceremony? I must have missed it. I don't know when it happened. What was there a cash prize? What did Get win? Oh, the hearts and minds of everyone. No, fuck off. Like, it's so dumb. There's people with this the idea that popularity means something's good. All right, why are you on Twitch? If popularity means something is the best, why the fuck are you on Twitch? There are way more people on YouTube than there are on Twitch. Why are you on Twitch? Or why aren't you running Windows? Why aren't you using an iPhone? right? It's just, it's the thing, like, popularity it's a measurement, not a result. Right? VHS won over beta, Blu-ray over HD DVD, not due to disparity, but to adoption of marketing. But VHS won over beta on the consumer market. It lost the professional market. Right? And there's all sorts of little pieces like that to all of these arguments, and it's all fucking stupid. Why aren't we using liters instead of gallons? Because, yeah, I'm not even gonna touch that one. Well, like, the thing is, do what makes you happy, as long as it doesn't hurt other people, shit like that. Who cares, right? But when someone's up in your business trying to tell you that you're doing things wrong and they don't even try to understand what you're doing, they're just full of shit. They're lashing out at you because they're jealous or some shit. I don't know. And you just need to tell them to fuck off and move on, because all they're going to do is pull you down with them, and there's no reason to be down there. Pleading the fifth, which you don't even have? Yeah. Like, you know, it's fine, right? You're Canadian, I'm in the USA, everybody here is from wherever. Who cares? Right? Doesn't matter. Like, I've got no beef with anybody unless they're trying to bring beef to me for no reason. Right? If they're actively making shit harder for me, I'm going to make it known. Because that's just what you do. Right? You can't let people do that kind of shit unchecked, is what it comes down to. So, retro name server was renamed to Open Oscar Server some time ago. Oh, whatever. Happened some time ago and I forgot. It was here, right? Oh, look. Oh, no, I made a mistake. Fuck me, right? I'm such a horrible person. I made a mistake. Do I have remotes here? Like, whatever. Oh. No, that's not the link I want. I want this one. As an American, you got beef with Americans? Okay, that's fair. That is definitely fair. I mean, it's one thing to whatever. I don't know. The whole like patriotism stuff has always just been so fucking weird to me, especially in the USA. Like, I don't know how you can say it's the greatest country in the world with a straight face as people die out on the streets from homelessness, right? Just like, I don't know. That doesn't seem like a great nation to me. Maybe my standards are too high. All imaginary lines anyways, yeah. Well, to be fair, a lot of boundaries are natural boundaries, like rivers and mountains and stuff like that. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like that imaginary line between the U.S. and the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Well, oh, I know. There's this big fucking ocean. That's the border. Okay. The Rio Grande, whatever, on the southern border, right? There, I'm being, I was gonna say facetious, and I'm like, that's not the right word. Then I was gonna say pretentious. That's definitely not the word. Pedantic. That's the word I'm looking for. Like that Bill Pullman quote from the movie that escapes me right now. TLDR, it used to be the best place. I don't know that I know that quote. Fact, never seen yourself as American. I'm a guy who lives in the USA. That's it. Yeah. Like, the patriotism thing to get your country's better than somebody else is just a way to rev you up to get you to do shit that you wouldn't normally do. Right? That's what it seems to me. But Like that could be Independence Day or right, 'cause he was the president in Independence Day. Can't think of what else. Oh, he's been in a lot of shit. The Newsroom on HBO, Jeff Daniels. I don't think I've seen that. The Newsroom. Is this a show or a movie? It's a show. 2 seasons. Or more? Jeff Daniels, Emily Mortimer, John Gallagher Jr. I don't know those two. Oh, Allison Pill. I know her. Olivia Munn's in this too? Huh. John F. Carpenter looks familiar. I don't recognize his name. Huh. A newsroom undergoes some changes in its workings and morals as a new team is brought in, bringing unexpected results for an existing news anchor. Interesting. This is 2012, it said? Yeah, wow. Okay. Dumb and Dumber, dude. It's so funny with him in like Dumb and Dumber and other weird stuff like that. And then like you see a movie like Looper where he's playing the bad guy and you're like, this feels so wrong, but he's doing a really good job. Like a really good job of making you hate him. All right, I'm obviously not gonna put this on stream, but I will queue it up to watch later. All right. I'm going to message MK6I and be like, whoops, should have done this a while ago. As you might guess, I talk to the people that run Nina Chat, MK6I, and a bunch of other people all the time. Right? We have common goals. Although I think some of the retro stuff is kind of silly, it's fine. Let people have their fun. All right. We need to get back to here. Yep. We need to fix this damn merch link, which has apparently been broken and I didn't even know it. Oh, why the hell did it say file? Oh, did I have the leading slash? Okay, good. The link works. Fuck, they didn't fix that yet. Okay. But yeah, it's iamfreedom.myspreadshirtshop.com is the actual thing now. And yeah, okay, I had the leading slash. What the fuck happened here? There we go. Okay. Oh, do. Third pound burger, America. Oh, what did I miss? Okay. A&W proves that wasn't easy for them either. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. You're a patriot, but you do not think your country is the best or greatest. You love your country and want the best. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine, Dan. Right? To be clear, I wasn't trying to say it's wrong or anything. It's the hypocrisy is not the right word, but people that just like blindly respond or echo that sentiment. That's where it's just like, just look around. I don't know. It doesn't feel that way to me. Fighting aliens is a great unifying force. I don't know. That's assuming the aliens actually mean us harm. Okay, I'm gonna get a tad more political than I probably should. That's assuming the aliens mean us more harm than other humans. Let's go with that. Just saying thing about Canada. Yeah. I mean, there's something to be said about, you know, trying to make the best out of the place where you live, right? Totally fine. No problem with that. It's when it starts encroaching on other people and people just start blindly echoing things where it becomes an issue for me. This release. as an official. No, it's fine. I mean, we're not having the conversation has been fine. 1/3 burger thing was funny. Until you have someone that doesn't understand it, tries to explain it. Yeah. And then their thought process, no matter how wrong it is, starts to make sense. Then you question your own intelligence because you get snowed by the flat earther that has a sister, mother, aunt. Well, yeah, the third, like, I think the problem with fractions, and in general, right? So, like, we were talking earlier, we got an ad that's about to kick in, but we were talking earlier about how, like, programming is hard and people were feeling dumb because they weren't understanding it. But, like, you know, programming is hard. It's going to take time to learn it. You're going to fail, right? And I feel like a lot of people get that same feeling when it comes to mathematics, right? Like, oh, you should just know this. I mean, you've had all these toys when you were growing up. You should have had this and blah, blah, blah. It's not half pound. It's a 1/4 pound to the 1/3 pound. A&W was selling a 1/3 pound burger for the same price or cheaper than a McDonald's 1/4 pounder. And people saw the 4 and thought it was greater than 3. So then they went and got the McDonald's burger, even though you got more food at A&W for a 1/3 pound burger. And there's the ad. Yeah, exactly. You know, just being aware of stuff that, I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but yeah. Well, you don't know numerical solutions of differential, dude, fuck differential equations. In college, in calculus, partial fractional differential equations kicked my ass constantly. That's why I fuck them things. But give me some trigonometry, some SOHCAHTOA, law of sines, law of cosines, even fucking cotangents and shit. Fine, cool, whatever. But calculus, fuck that noise. You just get diff equations now, nice. Actually found NSDE fun. A lot of simulations require. Okay, yeah, right. Different folks, different strokes, right? Whatever. I, for some reason, like to sit here and do this shit on Twitch, right? So do you, Robotic Head. But others, no. This Alpha 1 release is a milestone release where we feel that the APIs for protocols. All right, good. Ad's over now. I was going to say something when we got back from the ad until I forgot what it was now. Guess it wasn't that important. Yeah. All right. Anyways, this Alpha 1 release is a milestone release in which, where we feel that the APIs for protocols have become stable enough where third-party protocol developers should be able to start working on implementing protocols without how the fuck do I want to say this? This is really wordy too. Of course, we aren't guaranteeing. I don't know why. I always have such a hard time spelling guarantee because like the double E at the end always feels wrong. But, well, nobody wants to talk after the ad. And NSDE, that's... Oh, numerical solutions of differential equation. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. Like, I can read the words, but I don't know what they mean. The second A in guarantee. Oh yeah, look at that. Actually, I think it's the first A that gets me. But we all know I'm a horrible spieler, so it's fine. A lot of differential equations working together. All right. You too, I'm a horrible spieler. Yeah. I do guarantee. Yes. One of those spellings is correct. I'm going to say it's the spieler. Yeah, I joke around, but there is some seriousness to it that I tend to have more grammatical comments on my pull request than code comments. Which is scary. Okay. These can be found in SourceForge 2.95.0. Should show up on FlatHub beta shortly. Oh, right. I can't give a link to FlatHub. If you don't use FlatHub beta method, there are build. Oh, fuck. I totally forgot. So, I was talking to the guy that builds Boswain, this thing for Stream Decks. This thing. And he was saying he in his repository, he has a Flatpak manifest that has an ID of .devel, D-E-V-E-L, and he uses that when he's testing the like build in the tree and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's a good idea. We should do that for Pidgin. And I didn't do that before the release. Whoops. So maybe next time. So the Axios thing is kind of interesting. They inject a fake dependency, which is supposed to install hook, drops a rat onto the machine, and cleans itself up to look like a clean version of the fake dependency to evade detection. Interesting. But like, why bother? Right? For the longest time, I don't understand why somebody, like, dropping a rat onto the machine, all right, cool, but like, I can tell you what to go for almost immediately, right? Get the SSH directory, ship it out, exfiltrate it. Now, the SSH attack like that isn't as effective as it used to be because most SSH client installations now will hash the host names in the authorized key or in the known host file. But in the event they didn't, you now have their private and public key pairs. Maybe they're password protected, maybe they're not. A lot of people don't do it because they don't want to fuck around with an agent. So you potentially have their keys to get anywhere, which I think you can log into GitHub with SSH keys. At least you used to be able to. You could use it as a way to like verify your account, right? So grab the SSH directory, grab the git config to get their default global config to get their GitHub username, which is probably there. Grab all their SSH stuff, and now you can basically own them in every single machine they connect to, which is also possibly their laptop. Just like, yep, just exfiltrate, dump it to somewhere like an S3 bucket that's like in another country, and just go, right? Harvest it and done. This threat actor, as with others, has primarily been going after cloud access tokens harvested from CI/CD. Yeah, right? Grab the SSH keys, right? Because if you can figure, like, getting their cloud access tokens to, like, EC2 and shit, cool. But, like, you're going to be a lot less noticed if you get their SSH keys and you can just start using the servers they already have. Right? Like, is everybody running Snort? No, because Snort is not Snort. Is it Snort? No, not Snort. What the hell is it called? There's a one security monitoring thing, which is just stupid expensive. I don't like. Is it Snort? Okay, okay, that's Snort. Okay. What's the one I'm thinking of that was like the open source network intrusion detection system? SNCC? I don't think it's SNCC. Snort is personal and enterprise. Okay, I don't remember. But when I worked at the Bitcoin exchange, we paid more for Snort or whatever the security monitoring thing was than we did for the database engine that ran the fucking exchange. You're like, wow, okay, sure. Code force to be the same. Function blah isn't the same as function blah. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm better at programming than English. Yeah. Grammatics is subjective, color versus color. Yeah, exactly. They compromised the Axios maintainer and got hold of their long-lived NPM token with legacy permissions, letting them just bypass CI/CD controls. Yeah, it sucks. Like, so those of you, have a good one, Robotic Head. Catch you later. Thanks for coming by, hanging out. Oh, did I ever give you a shout out? I don't know if I did. If I didn't, actually I did, but we'll do another one now. Oh, yeah, it helps if I type the name. But if you all don't know Robotic Head, he is another programming streamer here on Twitch. He works on an open source project management tool called Near Beach. And yeah, you should give him a follow. He's a good guy, gets a bunch of shit done. He also solves Rubik's Cubes too. What was I saying? Oh, so those of you that have been around here for a very, very, very long time will know that at one point in time, I did offer to help people with homework and stuff. But somebody decided to give me, to say they were having a problem with their homework, and we were looking at it, and they obfuscated it enough that I didn't notice the fork bomb. The fork bomb obviously took me off the stream, killed my machine, had to reboot. Luckily, they had only fork bombed me, right? They could have tried to capture my SSH keys or get my code signing cert or a whole bunch of other stuff. And this is one of the reasons why I just, nope, not running your code. No worry, no how, not happening. Your code's not coming anywhere near any of the machines on my network. Yeah. All right. Can be found here. Don't need these. Just like, just like the previous releases, this is a time released. It is a snapshot of what we currently have and something we think tinkerers and developers may want to start playing with. But again, it's not meant for end users. This should go down here. I wasn't realizing as we moved to alpha, I have to rewrite this whole damn thing. It's been easy for the past ones. So, what is fork bombing? So when you fork a process, it splits it off into another process and uses all the same memory and so it has its own memory and stuff like that. But what a fork bomb does is it just creates a fork, and that fork creates a fork, creates a fork, creates a fork, fork, until you exhaust all CPU, memory, and PID space on the machine. Right, so it's essentially a DOS attack that just eats up all of the resources on your machine. And the only solution is to turn the machine off, or to reboot the machine. So I think the Wikipedia page on this does a much better explanation. In computing, a fork bomb called a rabbit virus or a hydra virus, I never realized it was called a rabbit virus before, but okay, is a denial service attack wherein a process continually replicates itself to deplete available system resources, slowing down or crashing the system due to resource starvation. Which is effectively what I just said, but they said it in a much more intelligent way. That's what VMs are for? Yeah. I don't know. I was using KVM directly with libvirt for a while, but I've recently used Proxmox for everything, and I don't know, it seems fine. Rabbit virus makes sense. Yeah, totally. And like I'm realizing as I'm reading this that that's why they call it a rabbit virus in hackers. I'm just like, oh. That's a thing, sure. You just realized it's in hackers too? Or because it's just replicating all over the place like rabbits until they've starved themselves out? Yeah, same deal. Like I said, I never realized it, but yeah, same deal. I never realized that that's what rabbit was in hackers, was just a fork bomb. It's another interesting Ghidra vulnerability recently that executes system commands when you go to execute a malicious binary. Yeah. There's stories as long as there's been antivirus, there's been stories of people trying to hack the antiviruses themselves. Right? Where like a program looks fine, but when it detects that it's under an antivirus, it'll try to hide itself from it, or it'll try to break into it, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, just attackers are going to attack all sorts of shit for whatever reason. I mean, they don't want people to know their tricks, right? I mean, like the whole deal about 0-day vulnerabilities is that you don't tell anybody. Because if you tell anybody and they spread it and they figure it out and they patch it, then you don't have the fucking 0-day anymore, right? That means you've lost access to all the things that were vulnerable to that 0-day, right? Those of you that don't know, a 0-day vulnerability is a vulnerability that nobody else knows about, especially the vendor of the software, right? Which means you can act with impunity, right? So if you have a 0-day that gives you a shell access into something, that means anything running that software, you pwn, right? This is where the whole owning phrase comes from in hacker terminology, is you can do whatever you want with it, therefore you own it. Or, because everybody types it, you pwn it, PWN. We have a rule at work as well that we don't run URL scan or similar scanning tools on a suspected command and control server when we see it, so that we don't let them know that we know. Yeah, exactly, right. So like, I gotta find that. Oh, it's not that hard to find. I need to watch this. I haven't had time to do it yet. So Johnny Christmas put together a talk based on the malicious plugin guy that social engineered me to linking to his fucking plugin, right? And I haven't actually watched it, but it's the same deal, right? Now, I didn't actually get compromised, but I got social engineered to put a link up to malicious code, which did affect people. And he used the fact that it was on Pidgin.im to build credibility to convince people to download it. Right? But as part of all that, when we got a report that it was bad and we started looking into it, his server that was hosting everything was very clearly a honeypot. For those that don't know, honeypot is a machine or a system or whatever that's supposed to look appetizing so that you start digging at and playing with it. But there's alerts and stuff set up so that the person that's actually running it will know that someone's attacking it. And his server, while it had all the stuff for it, it was set up with tons of vulnerabilities so that he could see when people were starting to look into them. Right? This is all covered in the talk. At least I think it is. The first time Johnny gave the talk, I co-presented with him and gave my side of the story, stuff like that. Explained, you know, what it's like as you're being social engineered and stuff like that, and so on. But yeah. But again, so all this hacking stuff and security stuff we're talking about this week in Milwaukee, if you're anywhere near Milwaukee, is CypherCon, which is a big old security conference. And I will be there. It's Wednesday, Thursday, and then B-Sides is on Friday. But yeah. There's not a whole lot I'm looking at this year. I meant to check. I'm wondering if the Cult of the Dead Cow people are here again, because I need to talk to Dill Dog again. I talked to him last year about adding support for Valid Chat to Pidgin, but I wasn't really in a position to start working on it yet. And now it might be better. I mean, I can just talk to him online too, but I don't exactly remember what he looks like, but I'm not seeing him, and I'm not reading names because I don't know what his actual real name is. I don't know if it's that or Dill Dog. I don't know. I'm going off of a face I saw a year ago. Oh, Greg's here? Oh, hacking and securing LLMs. Ugh. They updated this. This thing wasn't here a while ago. But so Valid chat is a new, or Valid in general is a new. Oh, we looped. I'm like, it's Josh again. So Valid is a new peer-to-peer network they're building, and they built a chat on top of it, a chat network on top of it. You know how much AI is at conferences these last couple of years, even B-Sides. Yeah, B-Sides is I think there's like 2 talks for B-Sides Milwaukee. This is the second year of B-Sides Milwaukee. I can't blame them. You know, the B-Sides is kind of small. It's still growing. It's the second one we've ever had, right? Like, you're gonna take who you can for speakers, right? But like, gotta chill with this stuff. Oh, actually, okay. Okay, not sure. Bridging gap. First human firewall starts at school. Practical AI governance for sentience. Okay. AI as attack surface. Using prompt leaks and new, like, dude, come on. To be fair, this time they have 2 tracks. Last year they only had 1. So, press X to pwn. Oh. Yeah, so like, we'll see what we get to. Oh, they actually show their sponsors now. Cool. Oh, Ubico too? Nice. Oh, Authentic as well. Nice. But yeah, I should probably get involved and do something, or at least do a talk, but I don't know when the fuck I'm going to write a talk, and what am I going to write about? At like unconferences back on the day, I used to just be like, ask me anything about Pidgin. Let's go. Let's just talk. Those were fun and easy to field, but that was 15 years ago. All right, just like the previous releases, this is a timed release. It's a snapshot of what we currently have, and it's something we think other tinkerers and developers may want to start playing with, but again, it is not meant for end users. Most things are not implemented, the user interface has not been polished at all, and there are so many bugs. As such, we're asking packagers, please do not package this for your users yet, as potential support requests would be too much for us to handle at this time. Talk about the early days of Pidgin would be really cool. Well, to be fair, I got into Pidgin 5 years after it started. So, define early days. But, like, there's all sorts of weird, silly shit we used to have to do. So, like, back in the early 2000s, like, compute resources were expensive, just in general, right? Like, cloud computing was not a thing. So, like, SourceForge had a CVS server for developers and a CVS servers for the public. Developers could commit and everything would be up to date immediately, and the publicly accessible servers were all behind like caching and shit, and they got rsync to like every 6 hours or something. I don't remember. But somebody discovered that if you had a SourceForge account and had a project on SourceForge, and therefore had a shell and access to their shell server, because this is back when we had shared shell servers, because that's like where you ran your website was on their shell server. But somebody figured out if you SSH to shell.sf.net and set up an SSH tunnel to point to cvs.sf.net on port 2401. So if you typed SSH space minus capital L 2401 localhost 2401 cvs1.sf.net colon 2401 space shell.sf.net, you would then connect to the shell server, and then you could use the SSH tunnel to access the dev CVS server for projects you didn't have a login for. So you could anonymously pull from there, even though you didn't have access, even though you weren't a user on the project and shouldn't have had direct access to the developer stuff. You couldn't push. You couldn't push, but you could pull, right? So like, as a patch writer for Pidgin at the time, I didn't have developer access. I didn't have direct access to commit. So when I would write patches and they would land them, I would have to like manage it from my tree to delete the patch, and then wait for it to get to the anonymous CVS, and then update to there to then use my bug fix, right? Or feature or whatever. Or I could use the SSH tunnel hack to get it once it was committed. And yeah, just other crazy shit like that. You haven't been to any kind of gathering like that since Comdex in 2000? Yeah, understandable. Just went for the free swag. Even Microsoft was cheap and they didn't give a shit away. Yeah, I don't go to the booths at all. They're boring. Like, I don't care about your products. So yeah. Yeah, have a good one, Ivan. I'll catch you later. Thanks for coming by, hanging out. You left a company that year that still had a currently maintained code base. Yeah, I mean, CVS is fine. A lot of, as I understand it, a lot of game companies will use CVS because it's easier for large resources and stuff like that. Like the whole Nintendo Giga leak, if you looked at the files or anything like that, or didn't, or maybe somebody just told you, it was a CVS repository. That's what they exfiltrated. So some people may have asked me how to use CVS. And you're like, oh yeah, it's not too hard. You want a copy of Windows 2K? Yeah, good luck. Have you heard of ReactOS? Which is apparently not as clean room implementation as they claim it is, according to people. Damn, it's 3 already? Okay. Yeah. Reading CVS logs from 2001 that just have initials of the author and trying to figure out who it was. Dude. Alright, this will be easier. So this is the game. We went back. So the Pidgin code base, the game code base, when it was originally created, it was a self-hosted CVS repository by Mark Spencer on Marco.net, on game or cvs.marco.net. The people that were working on game originally in the early days, I know this because I've talked to them and I've asked them. They eventually started working on a different project called Everybody, which eventually got renamed to Atom, AYTTUM. Are you talking to me? But then somewhere around the year 2000, Rob Flynn decided he was going to revive game. And instead of getting the repository from Mark and having it imported into SourceForge, he just created a new repository from scratch and copied the files in. So this repository is a Mercurial repository from the last copy of CVS that we had on the game project on SourceForge. The game project itself actually went from that CVS that Rob started, and then it got converted to Subversion, and then it got ported to Monotone, or converted to Monotone, and then it got converted to Mercurial, which is where it lives now. And if you've never heard of these version control systems, this is why I fucking hate Git. But look at these commit messages. Initial revision, how weird. Oops, commit of some files. UMass fix for, okay, well that's actually not a bad commit message. But yeah, a lot of these are just commit of some files, commit of some files, the other missing files, the other missing files. A few more commits, a few more commits, a few more commits, a few more HGMM. I don't know, last of the files. Yeah, commit messages were great back then, and they're still great for a lot of people. Summary, their commit message from Rob, ... It's just like, thanks. How's it going, Eddie? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Or is it Ed? At HGMM1, I would guess. No, I don't think it is. I think it was supposed to be and they fat fingered it. Call you Sophie? Okay. Pidgin is a universal chat client. It can let you connect to a whole bunch of different chat networks, all from the same application. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was a typo. If I had to guess, that commit message was a typo. Ted, are you the one that said you still have NetWare running if I ever want to fix the plugin, which I don't? Active Directory was first in 2000? Really? For some reason, I thought it was an NT4. You just have all the books. Ah, gotcha. Okay, somebody here, I don't remember who it was, said they have like NetWare and everything, and they're like, if you ever want to make the protocol plugin work again, I'm like, not really. I mean, if Novell wants to pay me to make it work, sure. But like, I'm good. Was still PDC, BDC. Okay, yeah, that I didn't do much with the like enterprise stuff on Windows, but we did use Windows 2000 for a lot of stuff. Like that's what we were doing our developer machine stuff and stuff on, as we were trying to build video games on Win2K of all things. But maybe the kind of whom where you're also clear your throat and grumble at the same time. Something funky happens. Yeah, exactly. One of those. A lot has happened. Was 80's first introduction. Okay, interesting. I know we tried messing with IIS at one point, I think, and just could not figure it out to save our fucking lives. Which, all of that stuff, you definitely needed the books for to figure it out. Or a class or something. The API for protocols are stable enough for we're kind of already covering all this, so I don't want to put this in here again. Looking forward, Alpha 2 scheduled for 30. I can never remember. I never learned the mnemonic device for how many days are in each month, so I just have to look it up all the time. Godgate IIS. You still have to use it for some things. We have something we have to integrate with at work. It runs under IIS, and I'm just like, I don't know. Call them. I don't know what to do with this thing. I'm totally not trying to learn. Oh, we have to update the burn down chart. That should be the same thing. Be fine. The name change from experimental the description change from experimental to alpha. Documentation for the description change from experimental to alpha can be found here. Venom's problem's not ours. Yep, exactly. Like I'm not figuring this out. I got too much shit open now. Is it here? Okay, good. I'm like, where the hell is it now? Okay. We need to fix that. That's fine. Alpha 2. Stay informed. As always, priorities and possibilities can and will change. So even if something is listed for this release, it does not mean it will be in this release until it is actually completed. If you'd like, monthly updates, commence to the verb post. All right, highlights. We need to figure out what we're going to do here. That seems to be the same deal. All right, change log. Oh, okay, I just deleted this here. Where be the changelog? There be the changelog. And we are going to reformat this here, because it'll be easier. Blink. Do that. And then we undo the word wraps because it'll word wrap fine over in Discourse. Oop. The problem is there's just hundreds of items here. Yay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so glad I'm like I never got pulled into the Windows world. And also that's a big reason why like I mostly stopped playing video games too, was I was playing lots of games on PC and stuff, and then I got rid of Windows, and then it's we didn't really have games on Linux in the early 2000s. Although I somehow managed to get Counter-Strike working with my headset and everything under Wine in like 2004. And then like something updated and it broke, and I was just like, I don't care anymore. Because that's just the way it goes. You're gonna have to switch off Windows eventually. Yeah. Remember Slackware had Doom for X? Really? Nice. So it was funny too. So when I did my Linux to Windows, or my Windows to Linux switch, I was on a Pentium 4 1.5 gigahertz, I think, with a whopping 256 megabytes of RAM. And it was absolutely hilarious to me because at the time I was playing Unreal Tournament 2K4. Is that right? When did that come out? That had to have come out in 2003. So like I literally went from playing it under Windows, and I could I didn't go back and do it, but it was a noticeable difference in how much faster like maps loaded under Linux than they did under Windows. And you're just like, I don't understand why anybody deals with this shit. Right? Like, how is it a bunch of volunteers are putting together a system that can outperform something that is installed literally everywhere and generates all this money and has tons of people working on it? Like this just shouldn't happen. And here we are 20 plus years later, and we're still stuck in this fucking scenario. Like, sure, Linux is dominates server world now, but like, I don't know, Steam machines and Steam boxes and stuff are kind of finally starting to cut into stuff. But it's been 20 years, man. You're just like, I don't understand. People are like, well, I just use it for games. I'm like, just go get a console then. Fuck. Oh, then I can't get the best graphics. Well, yeah, whatever. Their legacy software at LastPass had a SOAP API, except they're using a bunch of non-standard fault code, so you had to dig through their code base to find. Oh, gross. 386 SS40 with 4 meg RAM and 200 meg drive. Good old Paradise VGA, not SVGA 8-bit video card. Yeah. My so I cut my teeth learning programming and stuff on a 386 SX23 monochrome laptop, which was slow as fuck. But that ran DOS 622 and Windows 3.1 for a very long time. But then I did a lot of my Linux stuff as I was learning the Linux server side stuff like that. I had a Pentium 166 laptop that I installed Linux on, and used that for a very long time until I eventually flipped my desktop over to Linux. But yeah, I do not miss those days, because that was back in the days when I've told the story recently, but I'll try to recap it quickly. And so this was back in the days of 802.11a and b. G was not a thing yet. And I had a Prism 54G PCM CIA card that I wanted to use under Linux. And I had a WRT 54, not even 54G, whatever the fuck they were. The B versions. Because the G was for 802.11G, so I don't even remember what the fuck they were called back then. But the problem was the driver needed a newer version of PCMA than that was in any of the kernels in Debian. So, or like, no, the version of PCMCA that the driver needed wasn't in the kernel code base yet. So you had to compile the kernel, and the kernels in Debian obviously had PCMCA support that was compiled in not as a module, but statically into the kernel. So you had to rebuild the kernel without PCMCIA. Then you had to build PCMCIA as a module to load into the kernel. And then you could build the driver for the fucking Wi-Fi. On a Pentium 166, this was a 2-day fucking operation. And then the kernel would update and everything would break. And you're just like... And yeah, you miss the smell of ozone from the CRT. I miss the hum and the heat. Because, I don't know, that felt cheaper than gas does now. That's for sure. You miss the clicky tap sound of a busy hard drive. I thought somebody made something like that for like Amigas and old Apples and stuff. Like when you do like an SSD conversion for them. So you can get the sound back by doing that. You don't miss the days of Linux family Wi-Fi? Yeah. I also don't miss the days of Linux being hard or being interesting, right? The days of Linux being boring are amazing. Right? Like Bluetooth headphones, they just work. Like you pair them and then like they just work. And like the buttons work. You can skip songs and stuff. You ran Gen 2 back in the 2000s, regularly left the machine running overnight because open, I guess? Open Office needs an update? Yeah. Like, so many people in that time frame I know were like, yeah, I've done a stage 0 Gen 2 install. And I was like, don't you have stuff you want to do? Like, I never understood Gen 2 because, like, I can't time my machines up for that period of time. So, it's just, I don't know. It's just, Gen 2 in general, it's just always been weird to me. Like Linux from scratch. Okay, cool. You want to learn how to build the whole system? Sure. Like that's not for me, but okay, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've had to build enough distros that like I don't want to actually build one from scratch. The rest of us are employed. Yeah, exactly. Or like I only had like one computer and like what are you gonna do? Just let it sit forever? And yeah. Linux from scratch is really fun to do exactly one time and then never again. Yeah, I can see that too. The more fun is is it still around? I don't know what it's called now. I know everyone uses Yocto now. UC Buildroot, is this still around? Oh no, it's just Buildroot. Okay. Like, you want to have real fun? Here you go. Forget Linux from scratch. Build your own system by using Buildroot, or go crazy and actually like just build BusyBox and just start building everything and going from there. But way back when, I had this idea that I was going to open a computer repair shop. And the idea was I was going to automate literally everything I could because otherwise there's no way to make money in that business, right? It takes too long to fix machines manually where you can't, the finances doesn't work out. So I was trying to build a tiny Linux distro that I could pixie boot that would find common errors and just fix stuff, right? So like I even got it to the point where was it 2000? Might have been 2000. I I set it up so that NT Loader would chain boot into Grub for DOS, and then Grub for DOS would load gPixie or iPixie, I think, which would then use NT Loader to Pixie boot from my stuff to then boot into a Linux distro to start examining your NTFS hard drive and going from there. But this was back in the days when there wasn't really an NTFS driver for Linux. So like you had to use the Paragon, I think, NTFS driver, and like write support was dicey. Yeah. Built some Pi-based kiosk systems with build roots, cleaner. Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't tried to use it in 20 years, so who knows. One of your favorite eBay purchases was an old compact RAID, JBOD array in the early 2000s. It had 8 18-gigabyte drives in it. It was glorious. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Can't remember the drives it used, but if you did a sequential LS on it, it was soothing like a random didgeridoo. That would lull you to sleep nice. That's awesome. And now I've just wrecked my throat. What happened to the music? Just get me doing a didgeridoo. I open the tab and it looked like it's gonna go. Okay. The SCSI drives that spun around at 15k RPM were fast though. Yeah. I've got SAS drives now in my NAS, and they're, I don't know, you can't even hear them over the fans. But I'm gonna have to look for a disk shelf at some point. I have a 4U with 15 drives, with 15 drive bays, and 12 of them are in use. Yeah. Those for 5.4K? You couldn't afford the fancy shit? Yeah. So like I'm talking about SAS drives, but when I'm talking about SAS drives, I got them from server part deals. As refurbs, because I'm not buying brand new fucking SAS drives. Although these have gotten expensive too. Fuck, they're $350 though. My last set of drives, they were like 200 each. And I have 16 and 18 terabyte drives. Yeah. The price of these, man. One of the drives I got from them at one point, according to the smart data, it was only on for 2 hours or somewhere around there. I don't remember. It was like they spun it up and like didn't use it at all. Must when you heard the hard drive and went the computer just thinking. Sure. Everything expensive so people can build their web startup prototypes with Claude. Yep. Yeah, this is for my NAS, right? So all the Pidgin backup stuff, all that stuff, all the backup shit, it's all on spinning disk. Because just trying to put that on SSDs is way too expensive. Server part deal seems pretty reputable, but whatever. The drives have been fine so far, knock on wood. Or MDF or whatever the fuck this table is. They've been fine. So, I mean, let's see. So I've never actually seen this Z pool have an error. Knock on wood. And it's 182 terabytes. So Western Digital is apparently sold out most of its hard drive capacity for 2026 and most 2027. Yeah. Backups are glorious. Yay. The fun part is I also have my backups getting fanned out to multiple sites as well. So like even this Z pool. Right. This is just for my home directory. Uh-oh. Fucking hell. Oh, hold on. I don't know what the hell file it's going to say. Hmm. Yeah. This might be a Jim Salter question. Like so. But so I have 2 copies of this home directory, which actually, let's check one of them. So here's one of the backups, and it does not have errors. So if I need to, I can get it, right? And yeah, and everything here looks fine. Right, I've got snapshots going back to the 25th, so should be fine. You found the array, oh boy. Nice. Gotta get this post finished, man. No, I thought I hit pause. I guess I did. Man, is that a for you? Or is that a 3U? Actually, it doesn't even look like a full 19 inches. I could be wrong. Or that's what she said. I don't know. We mostly use 3-2-1 strategy for most stuff still, except we need to manage tape archive, at which point I'm not sure. Yeah. And weighed a bazillion pounds? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure. All right. So what are we picking out as highlights? I guess the account settings API. New account editor. Oh, Zulip protocol. It was 19 inches and it was 7, not 8, but you can hear the dreads. Ah, gotcha. This tape carts, I think it was HP that had a coil spring in them for some reason. Our IT admin destroyed old backups. He collected them from the trash and used them in 3D printing stuff. Nice. Remember, you had a 4 petabyte of archive data replicating across 2 sites. Assuming you can read write at 512 megabytes per second with some compression, it would take about 96 days for a complete copy. Yeah, so my NAS is actually mirrored at Recanaro's house a couple states away. And we seeded it by... I did a ZFS send to a bunch of drives that were not set up in a RAID Z or anything, just one big fucking stripe array. Sent them to him through the mail. And then he popped them in, imported the Z pool, and then ZFS send it to his real pool. And then we were able to do incrementals over the internet. And I'm on gigabit fiber. So like I can push pretty fast, but still, it takes a while to get through 100 gigabytes. 20 years ago, your memories? Yeah, no worries. 20 years ago, I go, oh, I was even out of college in 20 years ago. Well, not quite, but nearly 20 years ago, I was out of college, which is crazy. Here's the real kicker. That job I mentioned that I got in college before I finished college, I started there in April of 2006. I mean, no, it had to be 2000. No, it was definitely 2006. Okay, I guess I feel like I've worked there longer then. But like the current place, my current client for contracting, they are moving to a building that is about 100 feet away from that building. 20 years later. 96 days, you actually have to factor in environmental risk. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're going over the internet like that, you should worry about that. But just a higher chance. Amazon has a data transfer option for AWS migration where they drive out a truck full. Yeah, that's Glacier, Amazon Glacier, or it's part of Glacier or something. Oh, that's called snowmobile. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Ted. Something, something full circle. Yep. But like I said, they're cutting my hours, so I am looking for work. So who knows? I might not be there long. Good, because Glacier sounds slow as fuck. Well, the point is that everything's supposed to be locked in place and your data's supposed to be backed up like it was in a Glacier or something. I think that's what they're going for. But I don't know. Could be wrong. And disappears when it gets too hot. Yep. Developer mode setting. We can talk about that. I felt like we did that a long ass time ago. Basically tapes, but cheapest chips. Yeah. Moved all the old XML stuff. Make startup deterministic isn't something most other people will care about. Treasure a lot when you want to retrieve it, yeah. There's a catch. You could just fumble, it's fine. Oh, moved all the default managers to the core. Makes compliance checks in the cloud a bit cheaper. Yeah, I'm sure. Them compliance checks, it can be a real pain. Oh, removes the debug API. I'm not worried about typos here. These are just notes so that we know what we need to write about and do screenshots and shit. But we're going to take a break when this ad gets going in about 3 minutes. Fuck, it's been 5 hours too. This is always the hard part, trying to decide what to focus on, what to highlight, right? Jesus, there's a lot in this release. Stick with the cheap ass Microsoft DFS replication and dual site backups. Whatever works, right? That's the other thing too, right? We were talking about this earlier about, oh, this is the best thing, blah, blah, blah. You know what the best thing is for anybody? The thing that's already fucking working. Too many people go, oh, well, there's this new thing. I need to check it out. I'm going to move my thing to, like, fucking why? Like, lovely. Like, the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? And just... It's a fun bug I had to catch today. I learned that in Python, if you put a comma after a variable assignment, it converts it into a one tuple. Interesting. I said tuple. I normally call them tuples. And I know that's another one of those stupid debates. Yeah, now nothing works anymore. Yep. I mean, a lot of things have questionable design choices. It's fine. I mean, Python's nearly as old as I am. So, yeah, there's going to be some warts there, right? You say tuple? Okay. Searching for trouble? All right, well, this ad's about to start. So I'm going to go grab water and pee, and I will be back in a few minutes. Right back. All right, sorry about that. Oh, right in time for the ads. Got warts confirmed? What are you talking about? Intricate. At first, I was like, "Are you talking about CypherCon?" And like, what do I have to do to confirm wards? Masters later. Yeah, intricate. I don't know what you're talking about. What are we confirming? We are confirming that we have an obstructed view of the screen. Oh, this Python. So there will. Oh, gotcha. Okay. You gonna eat my Cliff Bar, mister? He's just smashing his head on the Cliff Bar. Here. You're so silly. It's cat break time. Yeah. Do I have anything that actually clarifies or qualifies as warts? Not as far as I'm aware. As part of my HEDS, I think it's part of it. I do get skin tags, which is gross. Which I think might technically be called warts. I don't know. Yep, get your treats, mister. Now you're out of frame. Whoop, there you go. I need to finish this. Fuck, it's almost 4. My sleep is so absolutely destroyed right now. Ooh. Nope, 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 now you're done. I tried to get the goop out of your eye and you're just like, yeah, fuck off, I'm gonna go sit now. I didn't eat my treats. Okay. All right. Gotta make some screenshots. Who's gonna hacksaw my super secure password? It should be up today. I just updated this earlier today. The password's ABC123. That's why it's super secure. 20 packages. Is it Louvre? Louvre? The one Thales used on the Louvre? Yeah. I want to know what the hell's pulling in lib TensorFlow Lite. I saw it on my machine too, and I'm like, what the fuck? No, I guess I can just look. Well, that might be an idea. GStreamer plugin's bad. Now pulls in TensorFlow Lite. Lovely. I mean, there's text all the time. Oh, this was way behind. Just awareness is growing recently. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. Once a dev asked you to include Vim on one of your embedded device's firmware, I said yes because I thought, why not? It's reasonably small. Little I know, since our system is Ubuntu based, Vim pulls in Python distribution. Oh man, couldn't you pull in like Vim Tiny or something? One high profile. Is it the United States government? Sorry, that's probably too far. See, this is why I don't like having all these stupid defaults. Okay, yeah, this looks right. This is the last commit there. Either Iran or China. And it turns out it was Canada. End up adding it as a self-compiled package without Python thing? Yeah. Well, like, there's the Vim Tiny package. Which I assume would have gotten that, but maybe not. You know, I've heard the Canadian national anthem enough that I mostly know the words, but I don't know all of them. People always underestimate the beavers. Mm-hmm. To be clear, I've heard it a lot because of hockey games. Is everyone aware of the package? Maybe because of the rage induced by terminal editor pulling in 40 megs of dependencies? Yeah. Like, if they, did they want Vi or Vim? I don't remember what you said. You said Vim. Because there's also Envi, but, so there's Vim Tiny. And you can see the dependencies are a lot more reasonable. Vim runtime. Oh, breaks. Replaces Vim runtime, less than that. This has no dependencies? Yeah. You know, it's good for screenshots. And that's what we're here for. Demolicious. Or dang it. So used to my window manager. When I'm using a different one, I just do all sorts of stupid stuff. No, that is definitely not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to get you the fuck off the screen. Checked out Cosmic Desktop recently. Not a bad piece of software. Okay. I'm not a fan of its, where it came from. Let's go with that. Why it exists. Who creates it, etc. Yeah, okay, Vim over Vi. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's hard to articulate the difference between Vi and Vim. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Sure. I don't want anything selected though, if I can avoid it. Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right, so then I can do screenshot. Nope. All right, so that's the new account editor. I don't think we have to get through a whole lot of detail, but oh, actually, let's do this. Whatever. We'll leave it capitalized. It's fine. Those differences you can't articulate. You can't write. You stupid hamster won't see any difference anyway. Future request ticket. I don't know. Like the difference in Vi and Vim. So like, I use Vim sparingly is probably a nice way to put it. Like when I'm at the station server, sure, right. But like I never bothered learning all the Vim macros just because I just don't want to. But like as part of it too, I never learned HJKL for movement. I use the arrow keys. And those typically don't necessarily work in Vi or Envi. So I usually have a big problem because I can't move around well in Envi. But that's just me, and I'm weird, so it's fine. All right, what else did we say here? We wanted to highlight new account settings API, new account editor, the Zulit protocol. We wanted to get, oh, that's not what I wanted. See, I keep trying to move windows that way, and that doesn't work. Nope. I closed. Yep. Whoops. The JK navigation keys also work in Gmail. Okay. Like, one of the reasons I never learned the Vim stuff is because I didn't want to become dependent on it and then have to use it everywhere. Right? Like, people want to do that, it's fine. But like, for me, as I was saying earlier, the whole needing dependency, or like, I prefer defaults because I'm on too many machines, right? Like right here, I don't have my HG config, and it's annoying because I keep trying to use commands that don't exist. And you're just like, right? And like, it is what it is, and annoying is what it is. Oh, I want to actually turn that on. You know, enough Vim to get stuff done. Yeah, like, I'm not completely helpless in it, but I'm never going to be finishing Vim Quest or whatever the thing it is. We saw NeoVim for the first time. I was like, hot damn, this is fancy, but then lost motivation 2 weeks in. Yeah, like, was it NeoVim that got announced? Did NeoVim get announced like 15 years ago or something? Maybe it's closer to 14. I don't know. It's like, you know, Vim's not really being developed, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. And like, I started looking at stuff, and then I was just like, I don't care. Right. It just becomes one of those things for me in particular, where you're just like, yeah, it sounds cool on the surface. And then like, I got to do work and stuff, and just, nah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Sure. Zuli Zulip. .com. What's the community server? Chat.zulip.org. Email equals zuli@example.com. Quiet. Tell yourself basic Vim navigation, but don't know any fancy stuff. Yeah, like I can do yanks, deletes, pastes. I do a lot of stuff in visual mode that most people wouldn't. Right? They do like 55D to delete, or 55DD to delete a bunch of lines, where I'll just use visual mode and then D to delete. Regexes. Yeah. Yeah. I blew someone's mind the other day when they saw me use a split in Vim. They're like, there's splits in Vims? And I'm like, yeah. Vertical and horizontal. Let's go. The university you did your bachelor's at, the IT guy changed the global default prefix to Control C instead of Control B because he liked it that way. What the hell? He does know that he just broke a bunch of shit, right? To be honest, regexes are the one use case where I actually like the AI coding stuff. Pasting a regex into Claude and asking for it to explain weird corner cases actually yields good results. Okay. I don't know. I've talked about this a number of times, but the problem with regexes is people try to do too much with them. And they try to take regexes, and instead of using them to parse data, they use it to try to validate data. And that's no. Just stop. Right? So, case in point. Oh, oh. Where is it? Case in point, many people will struggle with this regex. But this regex is actually quite easy. And why? Because I am not trying to validate. I am trying to tokenize and work from there. So, like, yep, this regex does a lot, but no, do we pat? Yeah, we do. Okay, right. So this is what that regex is for. We're pulling out the groups, and that gets us what we want. And this is how we parse IRC in Pidgin 3. Right? The regex itself, it looks super complicated. It'll be easier if I go back to the original. Like, it looks super complicated, but we're searching for a non-capture group. We're going to do a capture group named tags that matches anything at the start of the string that's not a space one or more times, and it starts with an at, and it's followed by a space, and that whole thing's optional. Right? I'm not saying, oh, well, it has to be letters and numbers and underscores and dashes. No. Because the space is the delimiter, so give me the token. Right? I'll validate the rest of it later. Like, don't put in the regex. That's going to be a nightmare. Just don't do it. Likewise, again, same deal. And then we're looking for a space to delimit it, and this one is optional as well. Command is not optional. It has to be there. Right? This doesn't have to be there. That doesn't have to be there. So the string can start with command. And we want everything until we get to a space or a colon. But that seems wrong. Because there still has to be a space after. Oh, we put the space here. Okay. What command ends with... I'd have to look at the use case. I don't remember. I wrote this like 6 years ago now. But right, and then we just keep breaking on the spaces. That's mostly what we do. We use the spaces to truncate everything, and we go from there. And then we pull all that stuff out, and then we do all the stuff based on that. Because we just use it to tokenize and go from there. regexlicensing.org. Interesting. For a while back, I mentioned that code base where the guy was using Perl macros to build regex patterns. I do not remember that, but that sounds absolutely wretched. Like, not even gonna lie. Just, that sounds real gross. Do we want any other screenshots here? Oh, we need to fix that stupid typo. 47, 44, 77 or something. I have it in here twice. And like my name, oh, there it is. Yeah, what else do we have here? Perl macros to build regex pattern sounds, yeah, absolutely wretched. That's that whole, you know, you're too occupied with whether or not you could do it that you didn't even consider if you should do it, kind of thing. We could link to that, I guess. Feast your eyeballs if you're brave. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm good. Just nope. It's funny how we hacked it in language, evolved from Perl to Python to vibe coding over the years. Yeah, basically. This is what bioinformatics look like. I thought it just looked like brainfuck, but you know, whatever. Or Malborog, or Melborge, however you say that one. Do you guys know these languages? Balls, whatever. Yep. It looks the same. It looks the same as that Perl. Yep. I hope you all know brainfuck, but we can go look up brainfuck too. Hello world in brainfuck. There you go. Is Piet on here? Yeah. I would still really like to write a Piet plugin loader for Pidgin, because I think it would be awesome that your plugin is a ping. It's a picture that just gets read as code. So there's Hello World and Piet. US software researchers did some DNA stuff, and they said to check for equal sequences. They would often paste some sequences in a Word document, add them to the spell checking dictionary, and when they'd go on to paste the unseen sequences and see if the spell checker would alert. Oh boy. Sure, why not? Whatever. All right, we gotta get those files from here. Uh, 127. 192.160. Let's copy 192.168.1.127 : photos. Pictures. I'm making stupid typos. Screenshots. It should say 331 only. Yeah, looks right. Okay. Pictures, screen, shots, screen, shot, star, 0331 star, 2 here. That should have worked fine. I guess we'll try that. Fine, I don't care. Just fucking copy everything. Okay, whatever. Who cares? Probably working with what they had. Yeah, exactly. I'd like to say seeing a hammer, wondering if it will knock that loose screw in. That's a good one. Probably on the biosciences side of it, yeah. And a taskable problem, we're focused on that. Yep. People like that will always win out over people who do programming technology for the fun of it and then look for problems to solve. Yeah. Bioinformatics is a weird field. You have the bioscience people, the computer science people, the statistics people, and then there's this weird cloud of people in the middle that know a bit of everything. Interesting. Our programming language and package ecosystem is very popular among bioscience. Yeah. R is weird. I haven't looked at a lot of it, but it just, I don't know. Didn't grok with me. The old account option. API has been replaced by the new account settings API. This new API is fully bindable, which helps us towards our goal of being able to write a protocol plugin in a in a bound language like Python or Lua. I cannot clear the stupid phlegm. It's driving me nuts. All right. New settings API meant we had to overhaul the account editor as well. New account editor moves all account settings into a single list where the advanced settings can be shown in line with everything else. Protocols control the order using a wait property. Sure. Do. I don't know where this is going to open, so we'll go here. We're in an ad anyways. That is where ggplot2 comes in, from which is the graphing library that majorly influenced Seaborn and Python. MATLAB influenced matplotlib. Huh. You might want to talk to QLogic since he works on matplotlib or whatever the name is that I'm probably butchering. Account editor with advanced options shown. And can implement what the hell's the thing called? Freedom.org, purple 3. I think it's protocol. Yeah, let's go there. Validate account. Protocol.validate account. To make sure the settings appear to be usable. I don't know how else to describe that, but sure. I've just got to clean up and do more of this, but we're getting there. Ugh. Zulip protocol. I was hoping we would. We decided in. Was it early February? Is that when we decided this? Yeah, February. We decided in early February. That first R always gets me. We were going to add Zulip.com as our next entry protocol plugin. This decision. What type of design? This decision was made for a number of reasons, which can number of reasons, like it's open source, supports or encourages third-party clients, and is a straightforward REST API with HTTP long polling. I was hoping to have at least direct messages working, but we just ran out of time. However, we are just about to the point of getting that working. So it should happen early in the next cycle. Looking to do the Azure DevOps certification for work. They teach you Git flow. So I used to use HGFlow for G plugin and a bunch of stuff. I thought it was a good idea, and it's just, yeah, nope, I'm good. It feels like it creates more issues than it solves. Developer mode. We added... Did we do the whole setting here? I feel like we've had this for a while, but I guess not. Developer mode option. So that protocol, or so that user interfaces and other things can hide stuff behind this option. For example, the unfinished protocols are not visible unless you turn this setting on. Trying to recap all your work from 3 months is a lot of crap. Developer mode engaged. Removed all of libxml2 dependency. A lot of principles of accessing them is actually really good, at least. Okay, yeah. Like some of the soft skills unrelated to Git or Azure seem pretty decent. I'm not gonna read it. Branch chat, yeah. Yep. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. It's early dev. Catch you later. Yeah, like don't get me wrong, the ideas and the concepts in the whole flow branching model, like they make sense, but it just gets tedious, especially with like the promoting branches and stuff like that. And so, like again, I get it, but I don't know, unless you're like actively handling multiple release branches at the same time and doing fixes across all of them and everything, it's just overkill. Like for most open source projects, it's going to be overkill. Slowly been slowly replacing all of our old XML configuration files with GTK 3 implementations. And during this cycle, we actually got rid of the last of them. Because of this, we were able to remove the libxml2 dependency. As well. Cool. Sure. They talk about git flow, trunk base, etc. They're not just all in on. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the situation, right? Which one's going to work? Who knows, right? Again, this gets back to the whole thing about, use the tool that works for you, right? And even if there's a better tool, there's still a change cost, right? And that's another thing that a lot of people don't seem to understand. But it's okay, right? Yeah. Oh. Let's also finally let us get rid of the account splits and rid of the required username for each account, which now lets protocols like IRC now use their actual nomenclature for the protocol, for the settings, for their settings, for the account settings. There is an example where the screenshot in the new account editor entry below. In the screenshot entry below, you can see that the user enters a nick, which is the correct term for IRC and will no longer be confused with the username setting that IRC also has. Okay. New account editor, Zulip, blah, blah, blah. All right. I don't think we're actually going to get this release done tonight because no one's reviewed the thing yet, but that's okay. The main pull request. Yeah. Managers tweaks, manager tweaks. The manager objects are no longer global state. there is now a single global state object, which is an instance of purple.core, which is set by the user interface and can be accessed via purple.core.getDefault. From that core instance, now has methods to get all of the managers that were created during the start up of the core. For example, the previous example, I don't want to describe this. Let's not do credential. I don't know why that VM just reconnected. For example, the previous previously you would just get the global default contact manager, like the following code. However, now you get to the default core instance and get the contact manager instance from it. This might seem like busy work, but it simplifies a lot of stuff. What do I say here? Into 30% of the content's actual GitHub and Azure, and the rest is principles. Yeah, that's how a lot of that stuff goes. It's kind of stupid, but yeah. It simplifies a lot of stuff internally and severely limits the amount of global state, which is good for everyone. Removal of the debug API. The Purple debug star API has been removed. We've been slowly replacing its usage with the glib logging functions, and in this release we finally finished it up. Sure. All right, I think that's pretty much good here. Jesus, this is a big release. All right, we're ecstatic to announce that we have released the, let's say, the very first alpha version of Pidgin 3.0. This release has an official version number 2.95.0. We'll continue releasing this fashion until we're ready for 3.0.0, which will be the release we consider ready for end users. The release can be found on SourceForge, Pidgin Files 2.95.0, and should show up on FlatHub Beta shortly. If you don't want to use the FlatHub Beta method, there are build instructions in the README for building a Flatpak. Did we change this to readme.md? We did. I don't know when we did that, but clearly we did that a while ago. We're building a Flatpak locally or installing into a Mason dev end. Is that right? Lower P, apparently. Okay. Both methods avoid installing directly to your OS installation, which is the preferred method, as there is no easy way to uninstall the application. Okay. The Alpha 1 release is a huge milestone. Huge milestone release where we feel that the APIs for protocols have become stable enough where third-party protocol developers should be able to start working on their protocols without having to worry about major changes. Of course, we aren't guaranteeing that the APIs won't change, but we're going to do our best to make sure that rewrites won't be necessary. Documentation for the description change from experimental to alpha can be found here. Just like the previous releases, this is a time released. It is a snapshot of what we currently have and is something we think other tinkerers and developers may want to start playing with. But again, it is not meant for end users. Most things are not implemented, the user interface has not been polished at all, and there are so many bugs. There are so many bugs. As such, we're asking that packagers please do not package this for your users yet, as the potential support request will be too much for us to handle at this time. Looking forward, Alpha 2 is scheduled for 2026 06/30, and we'll have a version number of 2.96.0. We have a bunch of tickets entered for Alpha 2. You can keep an eye on the burn down chart for Alpha 2 to stay informed. As always, priorities and possibilities can and will change, so even if something is listed for this release, that doesn't mean it will be in the release until it's actually completed. If you'd like monthly updates, be sure to check out the State of the Bird posts. That link works. It should work. Yeah, it looks like it's fine. Okay, cool. Highlights. This has been a very busy cycle. It's been a very busy cycle. Didn't get through quite everything wanted to, but still a lot of really good progress. New account settings API. The old account option API has been replaced by the new account settings API. This new API, I should probably be reading here. But placed by the new account settings API. This new API is fully bindable, which helps us towards our goal of being able to write protocol by allowing all of making it possible to write a protocol plugin in a bound language like Python or Lua. This also finally let us get rid of the required username for each account, which now lets protocols like IRC use their actual nomenclature for the account settings. In the screenshot of the new account editor entry below, you can see that the user enters a nick, which is the correct term for IRC and will no longer be confused with the username setting that IRC also has. There's been a bug open for this for freaking ever. So getting that actually in is cool. New account editor. The new settings API meant we had to overhaul's one word, isn't it? Overhaul the account editor as well. The new account editor moves all the account settings into a single list where the advanced settings can be shown in line with everything else. Protocols can control the order using a wait property and can implement purple protocol validate account to make sure its settings appear to be usable. Before a connection attempt is made. Zulip protocol. We decided in early February that we're going to add Zulip as our next entry protocol. This decision was made for a number of reasons, like it's open source, encourages third-party clients, and is a straightforward and has a straightforward REST API with HTTP long polling for events. I was hoping to have at least direct messages working for this release, but just ran out of time. We just ran out of time. However, we are just about to the point, we're just about to the point of getting that working. Just about. However, we are nearly to the point. The point of getting that working, and so it should happen early in the next cycle. Next development cycle. We added a developer mode option so that user interfaces and other things can hide stuff behind it. For example, the unfinished protocols are not visible unless you turn on this setting. Remove libxml2 dependency. We have been slowly replacing all of our old XML configuration files with SQLite 3 implementations. And during this cycle, we actually got rid of the last of them. Because of this, we were able to remove the libxml2 dependency as well. Cool. Manager tweaks. The manager objects are no longer global state. There's now a single global state object, which is an instance of Purple Core, which is set by the user interface and can be accessed via Purple Core get default. That core instance now has methods to get all of the managers that were created during the startup of the core. Previously, you would get the global default contact manager. Does anybody care about this? I don't think anybody cares about this. The same thing with the debug API. All right, and it's gone. All right. As always, the complete list of every change in this release is below. Flatpak, fix extension points that actually work. Lib purple, blah, blah, blah. Oh, We should probably mention spasm here. Additionally, the Twitch protocol plugin Verbal Spasm has become quite usable. There is, of course, a is being developed outside of the main tree, as it is a proprietary protocol. There's of course a lot to do yet, but if you want to give it a try, you can find installation instructions in its README. Okay. Thank you everyone for your continued support of Pidgin. It means a lot to us. If you're interested in contributing, you can check out our contributor guide to get started. Also be sure to check out our merch store, and I've got an extra paren in there. And if you're feeling generous, you can learn how to donate to the project on our donation page. It's interesting. Oh, what did you find? So that Apple recently released an SDK for developing Android apps in Swift. Oh, which is cool in itself. But then I got into looking at some source code, and one repository aside from Swift, there's a single Ruby file that is a performance analysis script. Yeah, you'll find all sorts of crazy stuff like that. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but all right, so I think we're good here. We didn't put any tags in this yet. I don't exactly want to post this until that, but yeah. So Apple just made an entire SDK to make Android apps. You reckon kill React Native? Get that shit out of here? You hope, right? Swift hasn't made it into Linux distros yet, have it? Oh, it has. So I don't know if anybody's done a geometric introspection for Swift. Oh, but Swift compiles to native code, and can you call C code from Swift? A Swift wrapper on GTK 3 and 4 that is largely auto-generated from that. Okay, so well, what the hell did somebody do for this? So if they expose this right, you should be able to build a Swift library for purple out of this, and then somebody could build protocol plugin, or could build plugins for Pidgin in Swift. And that's the joys of geometric introspection. So yeah, it was designed for Apple tends to do that stuff because they don't want to have to rebuild everything and redo APIs and shit. Organized shaders in Swift used to write header files for interop. Nice. So, Version 15 of GRR to Swift provides a package manager plugin This requires Swift 5.6 or higher. Older versions can be used by the Swift. Huh. So yeah, so in theory, this should be usable to build a Purple 3 plugin, which is cool. So, all right. So we can't post this yet because we don't have the release yet. But I think we're mostly there. We don't want to put the release tag in here yet because that'll automatically post. There was something I saw in Discourse, which we should probably do, but let's close this. And yeah. All right, that said, it is 5 in the morning for me, and I have barely slept. I'm surprised I'm still going as well as I am. But we got to get out of here. We will finish the release tomorrow, or after I sleep, really. That's what it comes down to. I don't know why this didn't happen. Well, like, the thing is, like, it's not an attempt for you to, like, you know, do something. Like if you want to do it because you have a plugin you want to build or something, then sure, by all means. But otherwise, you know, it's fine. Yeah, sure. All right. Oh, fuck. All right. Well, I don't know what Dennis is actually doing, but he's been streaming longer than me. He's at 10.5 hours. I'm at 6, and I'm done. You're off to debug some Atlassian API stuff? Yeah, good luck. I know. So we're going to go raid Dennis, a.k.a. Last Miles. If you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and hit cancel up of the chat. Otherwise, there's nothing else you need to do. In the meantime, if you want to follow me on social media, you can find links to all of that right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. So you can find that out right over there. And if you want to join us on the official Pidgin Zulip server, you can find a link to that right over here as well. Thank you everybody for coming by tonight. Again, I will most likely not be on Thursday because I will be at CypherCon. So otherwise, I will see you next time. And, you know, be sure to join Discord or Zulip and stuff and follow on Mastodon to figure out when I'm going to be on next. So, yeah. And I'll try. So, get some stickers. Yeah, I've got stickers to hand out too. So, all right. Well, thank you everybody for coming by tonight. And until next time, adios.
To acquire this medicinal